Alright, what's going on everybody? It's Dr. Hyena and I am back with another video. Now guys, we are working on Into the Jungle once again. It has been a long time. I know a lot of you guys who are subscribed are, really looking forward to that project, and frankly so am I. So yeah, I'm really glad to be back to working on this. Alright, so we're gonna be inside a Blender and Roblox studio today because I do want to make a new animal model. Um, Granted, most of the bigger animals we've already done. We've done like the eland, the elephant, the tokathi, the giraffe, the rhino, all that. But there is one big animal that I haven't done yet, and that would be the hippo. The hungry, hungry hippo. Alright, so let's get some reference images here. Okay, so that's a calf. It's an adult. Here, for Brent, I'll stream on Discord for you so you don't have to deal with the delay from the live
All right.
stream. Yeah. Alright. What is this? I think this has to be AI, right?
Yeah, it's an AI hippo.
Yeah. It's like very small head, that's why, and like, yeah. Not the most cursed AI thing I've seen though. No, far
I
from it.
mean, I mean, the head is too small. I mean, it's pretty obvious.
Yeah.
It's part of it, and the legs are like way too long too. Like the
Yeah.
hippo legs are not that long.
No. Alright. Oh no, you know what? I know what I'm gonna use. Okay, yeah, there we go. Then I'll model it with the mouth open. Let's see. Yeah, there we go. Alright.
Hey, hey, buddy, come on.
Okay, so let's just screenshot this. Okay.
Don't they have a muscle study for that hippo model too?
They do. I'll probably use that more when I'm actually sculpting it, but for the base model, just gonna use this. So,
All right.
hippo side ref. Yeah. Alright.
Alrighty. Yeah, these four white, big white fluffy jerks that I live with were being jerks last night and not letting me sleep. They me
Oh
woke me up every
no.
2 hours by being obnoxious. They're not used to me sleeping down here with them.
Uh,
So, and I am not used to having dogs jumping on a bed, especially an air mattress.
hmm.
And then you end up with, a 35 to 40 pound dog sleeping between your legs.
Oh no.
And I'm just like, why did you pick that as the good place to lay down?
Yeah, yeah. Dude, like, why do... no, no, I know the answer. It's... Oh my god. It's
We,
just...
we know the answer to that.
Yeah.
They picked Nah, these one of them. I don't know which one it was to be honest, but one of them figured out it was a comfortable place to sleep, I guess. But
Oh boy, yeah.
let me just see here.
Never seen you do a hippo. I don't think I've done a hippo ever actually. Like not even way back when. So yeah, this will be very interesting. Oh no, wait. No, I lied. There I did a sculpt earlier this year that I was gonna use for Into the Jungle, but I kind of lost the file. And also, you can't really use like sculpts like that in video games. Like you have to like retopologize it and stuff. So basically, you trace over the model at like a lower resolution. Um, so it doesn't lag or anything in game. But yeah, yeah, this will be very interesting for sure.
I just had to reinflate the air mattress here.
Oh, cool.
Oh, there we go. It got a little deflated between me sleeping and them using this as a platform to roughhouse on earlier today while I was on a call.
Oh,
So I was like, I had to juggle between like making sure the older ones don't hurt themselves.
yeah.
Dante was the reason why I'm actually down here in the first place, sleeping down here in the first place.
Hmm.
He has a little bit of lower, a little bit of lower like hindquarter weakness. So we're just trying to get that managed.
Oh,
You know, they're 13-year-old dogs, so you know.
yeah. Yeah, but like I made the Sable model in like less than or about an hour. I mean not counting the sculpting, but like that was pretty quick actually, but yeah. So this should be not very long either, especially since I'm gonna be sculpting it for the normal map, but I'm keeping it at like a fairly low poly, model just cause Roblox it would be quite like their optimization is really bad, basically.
Well, yeah, it's Roblox.
Yeah.
Roblox isn't. Oh, by the way, yeah, Unity backed down. By the way,
Oh, wait, what do you mean? Like
they backed down on what they were gonna do.
oh, good, good.
I mean, the trust is now gone, but
Yeah.
at least they backed down.
Oh, interesting. Okay. Well, that's good.
Yeah. Well, it moved from like the burden of the pay from the devs to like the publishers. So now like you had like publishers like Microsoft and Steam and stuff like that threatening to leave.
Right, yeah.
So or like not you like actually not leave, but like ban their games from their systems.
Right.
So
Okay, good
yeah,
on them. Good on them.
again, this might still be the death toll for Unity at this point because
Unreal is
there might
better.
not be a lot of coming back. That's what I've heard.
Yeah. Yeah. Like overall, I mean, if you know how to like script with I think is it Java for Unity? Teen Tano, you're in chat, you can probably correct me, but yeah.
I don't know. I will have to ask. That is a better question for my dad personally.
Your daddy-o.
I'm not sure which. My dad. He's been playing. He had been playing around with Unity a little bit, and he knows more about computer languages than I do. So.
All right. But yeah, no, I have someone in the live stream chat is I think I don't know if they're a game developer. I forget, but they seem to know quite a bit. So yeah.
Well, it's like I don't know much. Like I can code in Python, and that's about it.
Oh, interesting.
Like I can do some of that. I haven't done it in a while. I'll have to. My skills might be a little rusty, but and given that I don't know how many places really use Python.
Yeah.
Like as a common application, it's like JavaScript or C Sharp. So
Right.
so it's kind of your And those I don't know really much about.
Mm-hmm.
So then again, if there is a good first language for people to learn computer-wise, Python is a good one.
Oh, interesting.
Python's a good. It's an older one. It's an older one. It's a little bit easier to understand and lets you get your feet wet when you move on to something a little more complex, like of course Java,
Yeah.
JavaScript, C Sharp, C++,
Right.
that sort of thing.
Yeah. Yeah, so Unreal, you can do blueprints like no actual, scripting, or you can do C++, plus
Oh,
plus, I believe.
okay.
Yeah. And then Minecraft is obviously Java, or Java Edition is Java. I forget what Bedrock Edition uses, but yeah. Like I know that's a whole different language, and that's why like the games are so different from each other. Although they've been trying to like get more and more similar, but personally, I like to stick to Java just for like modding purposes mostly.
Hmm.
But yeah. Oh, and speaking of modding, guys, so after I finish this hippo model, I'm actually gonna upload an update to Jumanji Craft. So I've added sable antelopes, and for the hyenas, I added a couple of like texture variations that they can come in, and the sables actually have a few variations too. So you have some that are almost black, some that are more like orangey brown, kind of like a female sable in real life. So yeah. So that's being worked on too. I mean, of course, Into the Jungle is the main priority, but Jumanji Craft has already had so much progress. It's already out technically, or not technically. It is already out. Um, but I do wanna, as I said in my video, add a couple more things before I like stop working on it. But yeah, you're gonna get to play somber sables.
Yeah. Our surprise, surprise, our router works the best when I'm the only one on the internet. So
Hmm.
yeah, it likely means we're gonna have a replacement router here in the future.
Oh, okay.
Because yeah, our basically as soon as my stepmom moved her work stuff downstairs for Dante, then it started like wigging out,
Oh, okay.
which was frustrating when you're in the middle of a call and it basically hangs up on the caller because the internet decides to go out for like a minute.
Oh yeah.
So, and again, it's only like a minute. Like I think the most it's done it has been like 10 minutes at this point, which is good. That's better than what your traditional Cox, internet outages have been. That could be up to like nearly an hour.
Right, yeah.
Again, Cox sucks, but so does CenturyLink. So,
Do you use Spectrum at all?
well, we don't mostly because basically Cox and CenturyLink are the best we've got here.
Okay.
That's like all we've got actually.
Got it. Actually, I'm not even sure what my university uses to be quite honest, but yeah. I mean, I have Ethernet, so like I'm plugged right in. So yeah, it works. And eventually I'll probably get my modem set up so I can what was that I said? I can do stuff without the school seeing. No, that's not like I didn't mean it like that, but just so I can like manage my own, you know, Wi-Fi use and stuff, I guess.
I mean, you're fine. I'm just not using. I mean, I guess it's preferable to you trying to use university Wi-Fi, which could probably be unreliable at best.
Right, yeah. Ethernet's been pretty good so far. It's just like my roommates actually, since they don't have Ethernet set up, at least I don't think they do. But yeah, they tell me all about how laggy it is, and for the week or so that I didn't have Ethernet, yeah, I knew what they were talking about. It was pretty bad.
Oh, yeah. Wait, it's like again. I think it freaked out once yesterday, and after that, it has been fine since in my house. So
Oh, that's good.
again, it's because I am the only one here using the internet.
Right.
So it's like give it about 4 days, and it's probably gonna be back to freaking out again.
Oh yeah.
I hate to do this at some point, but I'm probably gonna end up investing in a super soaker for the neighborhood cats that decide to taunt our dogs on the back fence.
Oh yeah.
I'm going to teach them that crossing the back fence is not a smart idea.
Right.
So just either do it along the ground or just go around. Take your pick. Then again, I might end up coming across the one house cat that actually likes water, so
Oh.
we'll see how that goes.
Yeah. Worth a try.
Did you see the trailer for Planet Earth 3?
I did, yes. It looks pretty good, I must say.
I like how one of the things that they're going to be focusing on is the rhinos that go in the towns in Nepal.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah.
That is now just because it's like I think that town is like right at the entrance of Chetwan National Park. So,
Oh, I didn't know that. Okay.
which yeah, it's like I think one of the videos I had shared one time of a rhino, it was literally going into the entrance of Chippewa National Park. So,
Oh.
like, yeah, that's where that rhino came from.
Okay.
Which is partially saying that maybe starting to get to limits for rhino populations in the park, but we'll see.
Yeah, yeah, that's always a rough thing when that happens.
Yeah. Surprised I managed to tire out these dogs. Yeah, they're not wigging out. And granted, they're also calmer with me. So,
Oh, that's helpful.
um, yeah, I think what happened, I think them horse horsing around her here earlier today was the first time they'd actually done that since I've been home alone. So,
Okay.
which is something you gotta learn with. The one thing you can learn with dogs and basically most animals is a lot of their behaviors are context specific.
Mm.
They're a lot more unruly and rowdy either when there's food present, like
Mm-hmm.
when they're actually getting fed,
Oh yeah.
or if it's my stepmother involved because they get away with more with her.
Right.
They see her as mom.
I see.
So it's a little, you know, they know that I will not wake up for them in the mornings as early as they would probably like me to feed them.
Mm-hmm.
So they get my stepmother up at like 4:30 in the morning,
Wow.
and no, they don't get me up until about 5:15. So, which was nice because that actually allowed me to sleep in again for another hour before I had to get up and get ready to start my day at work. So,
Right.
which again, once they were out and fed, they allowed me to do that. So,
Yeah, that's good.
especially since given the fact they were being obnoxious periodically throughout the night. So, again, that's mostly because they're just not used to me sleeping down here. So,
I see. I see.
but they've already gotten used to it. So, I like how there's that Kyle Geographic video that came out today. And he's like, I'll bet you that you won't know most of the animals that I'm talking about today. And it's like, I knew all about like one. And one of them, it was because I didn't know the name of it. I knew what it was.
Oh. I can't even lie though. Like just looking at the thumbnail, I didn't quite know those two. Like I knew what they were related to, but I didn't watch the video actually, so I don't know.
Well, one of those is a silky anteater.
Yeah, okay, that's what I thought. Yeah.
And the other is a bear cuscus. So
Oh, okay.
that's like the first animal you highlight. I'm like, I've seen pictures of these. It's a bear cuscus.
Yeah.
There was like a species of like mannequin that I actually didn't know the name to.
A species. Wait. What's a mannequin?
It's like a small passerine bird from Central and South America. It's like a whole family of them.
Okay.
Of small passerine birds from Central and South America that are pretty. Some of them are pretty well known. Like golden-headed, red-headed mannequins are pretty charismatic, but
Oh, okay.
they do a lot of weird displays, like a lot of weird like lecking displays and stuff like that. So.
Oh. All right. How long was that for the base model?
Well, probably about 25 to 30 minutes.
All right. Yeah, that was really quick. Yeah. All right, and then I'll make the tusks and stuff. Like, wait, I know they're just teeth, but like, do they count as like a lot of people refer to them as that?
Their tusks. They are technically made out of the same form of tooth structure as elephant ivory. So it's
Oh,
technically tusk because it's technically ivory, but it's their canines and their incisors.
I see. And with elephants, it's just incisors, right?
It's just their incisors, and it's their upper incisors in particular.
Right. Okay.
Um, Whereas like with like narwhals and walruses, it's canines.
Right.
So and with pigs and peccaries, it's also canines. So
Yeah, yeah, that I knew. That I knew.
yeah, it's still a little shocked that people don't realize that narwhals actually exist, but
Yeah, no, they're real. They're real.
they're
They're
very
real,
real.
and
They're
and apparently walruses kill them sometimes.
that that doesn't surprise me. They're very elusive and very like stress prone cetaceans. That's why you don't see them in captivity.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
They
Like,
don't live very long, so
yeah. Like I've never seen, footage of it, and I don't think there is any, but apparently
probably that
apparently
sounds
there
anecdotal, honestly.
yeah, no, so apparently what the walrus does is like it stabs it with its tusks like from above. Like how do I explain? Like on the back, I think, but yeah, it's quite brutal, I'd imagine.
Well, they can kill polar bears, so
For sure, yeah, yeah.
there's something to be aware of. Um, yeah, the very sad part is mostly half these videos are just reposts to that video from our planet. The walruses basically falling off the cliffs to their deaths.
Oh yeah, yeah. That I didn't like what they did there with the staging of it.
Wait, the what?
Oh, you don't know? Well, well.
I don't.
They I think I'm not sure how accurate this is, but apparently they were like using like they did something to like make the walruses like scared, and then they jumped off.
Oh,
Yeah. Yeah.
oh, that's like That's like old fashioned Disney nature style kind of sad.
Right, and also,
Yeah,
if you pay attention, like you can tell that, they filmed, they made it, they tried to stitch it together so it looked like it was all at one location, but it was actually like several. Um, but yeah, it was basically like this whole thing that was all just like set up to, you know, kind of. I think it was on Ender's Realism server that I saw that, but yeah. But yeah, it wasn't Ender himself saying it. It was like a YouTube video. Um, but yeah, like that's not how you spread awareness for climate change. Like, come on now, just show what's actually happening, which is bad enough for the walruses, but no, they weren't satisfied with that apparently. But
a
yeah,
lot of people
it's
also don't
crazy.
realize that. A lot of people also don't realize that narwhals are also related to belugas.
Oh yeah, yeah, they are, and they hybridize
You know what?
sometimes.
Yeah, that happens occasionally in the wild.
Yep,
Um, Actually, speaking of which, did you go to SeaWorld Tampa?
I did. Yes. Oh,
Did
or
they
not
have
not not
beluga?
not Tampa, but Orlando. But
Orlando.
I think
But anyways,
yeah, I think they did have belugas.
okay.
I didn't see them though. Uh, but no, I'm pretty sure they did have belugas, and they definitely had walruses that I saw. Um,
Yeah, no, I know they have walrus.
for some reason, no polar bears in that one. San Diego
I
has
think
though.
theirs moved. I watched this YouTuber's video on the Orlando
Oh,
SeaWorld.
okay.
That they moved their polar bears out.
Yeah, but yeah, I'm pretty sure they have
So
belugas there.
I thought I saw that they had belugas. I know they have walrus. I don't remember what else they have, honestly. And I think San Diego's the only place in North America where you can see emperor penguins.
Oh, that's okay. That's interesting.
So it's I don't know like if San Diego's the only place where you can see Adelies too, but I don't know if there's like maybe another facility with Adelie penguins. But
I didn't see what kind of penguins were over there because the line to get in was crazy where the penguins were. Crazy, like so
well,
many people.
penguins are popular. Like Planet Zoo has three different species,
Yes.
which is interesting that like one of the species is reasonably obscure, which is the little penguin.
Yeah, kind of.
It's like it's reasonably obscure. I think some people would vaguely know them as, you know, the smallest penguin alive today. There's
Yeah.
likelihood that most people have never seen one in person. I haven't. So,
I
um,
feel like I have, but I'm not sure if I actually have.
um, but it's like well, Old Country definitely has. You've seen them at
Okay.
Dallas World Aquarium. Seen them at the Dallas World Aquarium, at least.
Hmm.
I want to go to Birch Aquarium because they have a really good. They have a recently opened really good little penguin exhibit.
Okay.
So that might be my trip where I also decide to go to San Diego too. Both see if I can go both the zoo and safari parks. I just want to go to the zoo to see Africa rocks and a few other places, and go to the safari park mostly to see platypus.
Yeah. Yeah, when I
So,
went, they didn't. That was like before they got platypus. I went in like 2013.
oh yeah, Old Country went when they had platypus when they got their platypus. So he's seen platypus.
Oh, cool.
He has that leg up on us. Unless I decide to go to Australia directly, that's like my only shot. So, and to be fair too, they're also found they're found like basically all over the east coast of Australia, like into Tasmania too. So,
Hmm. Yeah.
so they have a pretty broad range in Australia. I don't know how well they're doing, generally speaking, because they're one of those more like sensitive to because they're a freshwater animal.
Yeah.
They're a little more sensitive to changes in water quality, especially their prey.
Oh.
So, because like they like to eat freshwater invertebrates mostly. I think San Diego feeds theirs crayfish, which is essentially and worms, which are essentially what they eat in the wild. So,
Yeah.
so in Australia, they call crayfish yabbies.
Oh.
So, yeah, Australia has native crayfish, so it's just quite nice.
Yeah. Yeah. That's cool.
Um, I think they also eat insect larvae too, like from aquatic insects. But yeah, nah, I think it's mostly just the crayfish and the worms mostly.
Hmm.
Someone said something about platypus not having a stomach, like monotremes not having a stomach, but I want to look that up.
Oh. Like someone in my live chat right now, or?
No, this is like something a few days ago. Oh, they really don't have a stomach. That's bizarre.
Oh no.
So they basically just have this like slightly expanded area between the esophagus and the small intestine, basically. It's like where you would expect the stomach to be.
Wow.
So platypus is the only monotreme that lost their stomach. It seems like so.
Oh, so echidnas have it.
I'm gonna double check. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! They don't have a stomach either.
Oh.
So that's a monotreme thing. It's like that means it's like it's happened several times in bony fish and it's happened once in mammals.
Hmm.
So that that's interesting. I mean, at least with echidnas, it makes a little bit of sense because they're macrophages. But I think even like it's like even your more typical myrmecophages have a fully functioning stomach, but then again, their ancestors likely had a fully functioning stomach. So
Mm.
I guess I remember like anteaters, for example, are related to sloths.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. That I knew.
Like among Xenarthrans, they're like closest to sloths. Aardvarks are related to basically most of Afrotheria.
Right.
Um, Pangolins are related to carnivorans.
Yep.
So, yeah, fun phylogeny facts. Pangolin's closer to a tiger than it is to an anteater.
Yeah. Yeah. That's crazy.
So, here's your taxonomy 101 for everyone. Hmm? Oh.
Yeah. These will be quite terrifying in game.
I mean, hippos are terrifying in real life.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Absolutely.
They still have like the best like public relations manager though.
Yeah. Like. I mean. Yeah. I guess so.
It's like people aren't bothered by them like they're bothered by like say like hyenas or
Right.
snakes or crocodilians for that matter. It's not
Right.
everybody, but it is definitely quite a few people. But the hippos, it doesn't. It's like hippos like kill more people than any of Africa's carnivores.
Right.
I don't know what their statistics are against things like snakes, but because most snake bites are accidental, so
Mm-hmm.
and when they're not, it's because the person was doing something stupid. Um, like trying to beat the snake with a stick.
Yeah.
So newsflash for people: see venomous snake out anywhere, just leave it alone.
Oh yeah.
You're far safer leaving it alone than trying to kill it. The people saying that they'll shoot it with a gun too, I am highly doubtful you're as good of a shot as you think you are.
Yeah.
Yeah. Huh. Got a new Nautilus.
Oh, cool. Oh boy, I just heard thunder outside. I'm used to that already. It's Florida.
Well, yeah.
Like in summer, in like July, there I heard like thunder and saw lightning like pretty much every day. So yeah.
Well, yeah, that's like early hurricane season.
Yep.
Hey, random.
Random was held for ransom. No, I'm just kidding. Uh. Okay, so Moto seems to be pretty much done model wise. So, going I am going to get to the texturing now. All right.
The funniest bit too is I actually like hippos because I really like entelodonts.
Oh yeah.
And entelodonts are basically just terrestrial omnivorous hippos.
Right.
So like I said, I don't know how omnivorous actual hippos are. It from what people say, it varies.
Varies a lot, yeah.
But it's like some people say it's mostly just when they do it, it's out of stress, whereas like others, it's like, and again, to be fair, the baseline for most artiodactyls is that if it is small enough, they will eat it. So,
Yeah.
or they will scavenge things. I mean,
Yep.
heck, giraffes practice osteophagy, so
Yeah. Well, isn't it more licking and chewing than actually like
it's
consuming?
mostly it's like sucking on the bones. It's not like what porcupines do, which is literally just eat the bones.
Uh, wait, porcupines eat bones?
Yeah, well, yeah, that's how they help wear down their incisors, and that's how they get calcium. Same reason that giraffes, basically suck on bones. It's just same thing, calcium,
Uh,
calcium and phosphorus.
I see.
I guess apparently there's an abstract for a new Spinosaur paper that's been submitted. So put
Ah.
onto your hold on to your butts, folks. We're getting another thing for Spinosaurs. Now I don't know if it's Spinosaurus in particular or if it's a Spinosaur family as a whole. My guess
Hmm.
it's the latter. Again, Spinosaurs are one of those groups of dinosaurs where we don't really know much about them other than they're fish eaters.
Yeah.
They spent quite a bit of time near water.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the two that we know the most about are Suchomimus and you know and Baryonyx. I'm counting Spinosaurus because God forbid the Neotype might not even be Spinosaurus.
Mm.
My big issue with that is like, do we have overlapping remains? I mean, I guess we have to if it's in the Neotype, but at the same time, it's like Sigilomathosaurus might have been a thing. People don't like that one because it creates a lot of contention.
Oh, okay. I don't know anything about this, so this is very interesting for me.
I I don't know enough about Spinosaurs because like it gets confusing enough. It's why I don't like took a look into Megaraptorans as much either because they're also a mess in their own right.
Mm.
Um, Taxonomically, all we know of is that they were large predatory theropods that were at the very least Silurisaurs, and that's it. We don't
Okay.
know if they're just basal Silurisaurs, if they're related to Tyrannosaurs. We don't know what's going on. All we know is that they were big. They had big beefy arms, massive claws, and some of them actually made it near to the end of the near the end of the Cretaceous. So
Mm. Oh boy, I hear
so
Instagram going off.
yeah.
No, I'm not talking about your. Well, it's probably yours too, but put mine in the background. Like I'm not even checking my phone.
Well, I mean, what's your opinion on Planet Zoo's chimpanzee?
Good in terms of detail and stuff. The face could be darker, as you said, but I mean, in terms of stylization, I kind of like it.
I mean,
Why is there someone like ranting on the forums?
well, no, fortunately.
Oh,
I've also said too, it's like the issue is like if because like I know that chimps and bonobos can brachiate, but the problem is that if you implement brachiation,
Mm-hmm.
With them, they're going to just do it constantly, which is not what they do.
Right.
Like the orangutan, it was fine because the orangutans spend a good portion of their time in the trees, anyways.
Yeah.
I mean, Bornean orangutans spend more time on the ground than people realize, but that's because there's no tigers in Borneo.
Mm-hmm.
So, um,
This looks like Nathan. Who's Nathan?
good question.
Yeah.
Is it a hippopotamus that you happen to know? Let's see here. Let's see. Well, I guess one of the issues that the chimp seems to be thin
Really?
for chimp. I think I do kind of agree with him. I've seen chimpanzees in person. They're pretty freaking buff. I mean, I know
Yeah,
that
true.
primate strength is relative, but
Okay. Interesting. That's a new one. I haven't heard that one before. So I don't know. I'm not sure.
like they're not like gorilla or orangutan level buff, but they're pretty buff.
Hmm. Just curious, want your opinion on some of the upcoming animal survival games. I mean, I've given my apparently controversial take on Primal Earth, but like, other than that, I don't really know of any
I
other
mean,
ones. Can you tell me a little more?
I mean, outside the ones we already know, which is like Animalia, Beasts of Bermuda, the Isle, Attack
Yeah.
on Titans. I mean, Eternal Enemies, which is what you're working on.
Oh yes.
Still don't understand why so many zoo games keep having adult chimpanzees having the juvenile face coloration.
Yeah, I think
That's
it's
not what they
just
look like, people.
I think it's just stylization, honestly. Like, which I mean, I don't dislike it personally. It's just yeah, it's just what you said. Way of Animals and The Hunted. Way of Animals I have a lot of respect for because they are doing their own stuff from scratch and it does actually look really good. Like their cheetah model looks great. Um, yeah, I'm on their Discord server. And apparently their creator is subscribed to me, so that's nice. So they've got pretty much my
Who's
full support.
who's creator?
This game called Way of Animals.
Oh, I have not heard about that one.
Okay, well, yeah. I won't show stuff on this stream just because it's not mine to show in a way, but yeah, it does look pretty good. Like their eland model looks fantastic, I would say. Cheetah looks great. Thompson's gazelle, the head's a little weird, but otherwise looks really good. Hyena, it's one of their older models, so not gonna be too hard on that, but it's definitely better than other games hyenas. So yeah. Um, let's see. And then what was the other one you said? The Hunted. The Hunted. See, they're not making their own models yet, but they do plan to. And the reason I actually believe them for that is because they are actually making all their own animations and stuff. Um, like even the basic stuff like the walk cycles for the tiger, I think they animated like from scratch. Um, and they're making all the skins from scratch too. So yeah, both of those ones I'm actually feeling pretty good about. And like Way of Animals seems to have a pretty decent sized team, or not Way of Animals, sorry, The Hunted. Way of Animals is like more indie stuff. The Hunted seems to have like a decent sized team working on it, so could go pretty far with that, which is always nice. Way of Animals again, smaller team, but still they've done some pretty cool stuff already. So yeah, that's my thoughts on it. So yeah, I got some good stuff coming up, hopefully. Alright, so now I'm gonna hide this low poly one and start sculpting a bit. So
Old Country just said we need a mod for this, and he just sent a picture of Koba from Planet of the Apes trilogy.
I've actually never seen all three movies. I've only seen one, I think.
Really?
Yeah. Or was it two? I don't know.
I've seen all three of them. It's a trilogy.
Oh, okay.
It's the second one where Koba becomes the villain. So
Okay. That was the one where one of them is named Caesar, right?
yeah, it's like the lead character in the
Okay, yeah.
trilogy.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay.
Could you imagine if the animals in Planet Zoo could actually attack people?
Oh yeah, that'd be fun. I've always wanted that. That would be a lot of fun.
Yeah, Old Country and I are discussing that on Instagram. I was like, you would have more fun with Jurassic World Evolution 2 if it had modern animals.
Oh yeah.
It's like, yeah, he says like after I got bored with the first game, I just decided to do battle royales on it. I'm like, yeah, that's basically everybody.
Right.
Just fair warning with TV dinners, there's going to be a song and dance to try to cook properly because there's so many steps involved.
TV dinners? Like,
Oh, yeah, like the ones you get from Frozen.
oh,
So you have to take stuff out. You have to cook it for a certain amount of time. You have to take it out of the microwave and stir something. You have to put the stuff that you took out back, and then you
yeah,
have to
yeah,
cook it again.
yeah. I have some of those things in my dorm, or I ate
Yep.
them all, but yeah, I went
I am
full
I
on
am hoping
hungry hyena mode.
I'm really hoping those were yours and not
Of
my
course, yeah.
roommates.
No, no, we each have our own fridge.
Okay,
Because
so
we bought them.
I was gonna say it's like rule number one of the big things that will piss off your roommates is eating their food.
Yep.
That not doing chores
Hmm.
and being a nuisance.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, no, I didn't eat my roommate's food.
Yeah. I forget. Does Busch Gardens have Komodo dragons?
No, but Zoo Tampa does.
Okay. Interesting if Busch Gardens doesn't have Komodo dragons. That'd be like one of those animals you'd kind of expect from a place like that.
They might have them as ambassadors, actually. I don't know, but yeah.
So I'm assuming that their like Asia area is literally just orangutans, elephants, and tigers.
Orangutans, elephants, tigers, gibbons. I think I. Oh wait, I think it was buff cheeked.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah, because
I
I sent
forgot
you
that
the
was
pictures on
Phoenix.
Instagram and I thought it was
Yep.
what you call lar. Yeah. Oh, I
No.
didn't think it was
Yeah.
lar, but
No.
like I said, I had a hard time telling the difference. But yeah.
Oh yeah. No. We have buff cheek at the Phoenix Zoo too. So
Okay.
yeah. Actually, fun fact: I have heard the songs of 4 species of gibbons.
Oh wow.
So I've heard. Actually, no. Was it 4 or was it 3? Might be 3. Unless I've heard northern white cheeked, which I might have. I've
Hmm.
heard buff cheeked for sure, siamang and lar, and pileated. So yeah, it is 4.
Okay. That's really cool.
Yeah. So if once I get to northern white cheeked, it'll be 5. So they're all different.
Oh, I'm sure. Yeah.
Like obviously, siamang is going to be very different.
Yep.
Their songs are just ridiculously different because of how their vocal range is. But but yeah, like buff cheeked and lar are very different from one another. But they're similar enough, but they are different.
I see.
Like I don't know if I've actually posted videos of them of the I've posted videos from Cameron Park Zoo of their lar gibbons calling.
Hmm.
So, but I don't remember if I posted a video for the buff cheeks at Phoenix though, because I've heard them a few times.
Yeah.
Um, I've only heard Phoenix's siamangs once.
Oh, okay.
And that was when their baby was like really young.
Hmm. Yeah.
And it was like later in the afternoon. I was like really shocked. It was like later in the afternoon, and all of a sudden you start hearing them going.
Oh, okay.
Like, oh, they're doing a territorial call in like the middle of the afternoon.
Right.
So, so I was just like, oh, okay. We just got, siamang's calling. You can see it's like I was able to see the little baby when he was still really little and still essentially attached to mom
Hmm.
at that time. I've seen him grow up. It's quite nice to see him grow up and stuff like that. He's
Yeah.
still, I believe he's still at the Phoenix. He's still at the zoo too, because I think he's still a little young for leaving mom and dad right now. But
Oh.
that will happen soon.
Yeah.
And the buck cheek gibbons at the Phoenix Zoo are a sibling pair, so they're not breeding.
Oh yeah.
But they
Look
still
at
do their
that.
turn. Hey, hippo.
Hungry, hungry hippo. Sorry, I didn't mean to
I think
interrupt. I just yeah.
no, it's fine. Nah, the hippo looks nice.
Yes, yes. Forgot about the
Yes,
little toenails, but yeah.
at least there's no shortage of stock sounds for hippos at least.
Oh yeah, yeah. Dude, they're so loud. Like at Busch Gardens, I could hear them like all the way from the like from the hyena exhibit, which is not too far, but I mean, it's still like it sounded like it was being projected, but no, that's just how loud they are. But yeah, that was just crazy to me.
Still shocked that on Instagram I did a reel of our male lion roaring, and that gave me nearly over 17,000 views.
Yeah,
It's like
people love
it's
lions.
just it's like he's just roaring. He basically did what lions do after roaring and slumped back down and went back to sleep. That's like again, still kind of shocked that people are like romanticize an animal that spends about 20 hours of its day sleeping.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Like, guys, this animal ain't doing much when it's not killing things.
No. No, it's not.
Um, let's see here. Um, I don't remember if I did post a video of the. Oh no, I did.
Oh, that's not good.
What did you do?
The pig
Oh
from his
no.
mouth went up into his back.
Oh no, it's like he has a sunburn.
Go away already. Come on. Okay.
Also, if you have like a Kroger in your area, I don't know if that's the amalgamation grocery store that's in your area.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it is time of year for pumpkin chocolate chip cookies, just so you're aware.
Oh, cool.
I picked up, I went, cause like the version of Kroger that we have here is fries. And that's basically, I went there for grocery shopping on Wednesday. And yeah, I got pumpkin chocolate chip cookies.
Mmm.
I'm probably gonna be binge watching Predators here
Yeah,
in a bit.
it's mostly pretty nice, I'd say, like as a series.
Well, yeah, you and Wildcat both basically said the Painted Dog episode was one of the weakest ones. So I'm
I
posting
mean,
myself on that one.
here's the thing. It's not bad. It's just not as action packed as say the one we watched on Disney Plus.
Yeah, or Dynasties, I get it, for that matter.
I've actually never seen the Dynasties one. I've only seen like 2 clips from it. Like I've seen the
Yeah, I think
crocodile killing the dog, and also the apparently like hyenas took out a pup during the night. But yeah, that's pretty much all I've seen from it. And then like a couple other things, but yeah.
well, no, I Dynasties is on both seasons of Dynasties is on movies and TV.
Oh,
So next time I get paid, I am probably going to be getting the both seasons. Yeah, because it's lion, chimp, tiger, painted dog, emperor penguin, and like the making of for the first season.
hmm.
Second season is puma, elephant, cheetah, hyena, meerkat, and macaque.
I see.
So season 2 has spotted hyenas. So that's
Yeah,
nice.
yeah. So my friend actually sent me a link to watch it like for free, and I was watching the Yin episode. It was pretty good as hyena documentaries go, but yeah, kind of lacked action. I'm not gonna lie, but it's not
I
bad.
mean,
It's just
I mean, also to be fair, most animal lives are kind of boring most of the time. So it's like
yeah, totally.
there's there's like short bursts of action, but other than that, they're really just there's not a lot going on.
Yeah, I will say the chase scene that they had was like like one hyena chasing a wildebeest calf. That was pretty cool how they shot it from the air. But
Huh.
yeah.
I'm assuming the Puma episode of Predators is literally just Puma and Guanaco.
I haven't watched it yet, but I mean that's what Wildcat said, so yeah.
Come on. Patagonia is more than that. Like, where are the rheas? Where are the condors?
Yeah.
It's like, it's literally just Puma and Guanaco, occasionally Andean condor, and occasionally Magellanic penguin.
Mm-hmm.
That's about it.
Yep.
So it's like, to be fair, with the penguin one, it's usually either them visiting a nesting colony or them watching a nesting colony get massacred by pumas. So
Yeah. Poor little
really interesting
penguins.
example of surplus killing, which is
Yeah.
something you don't necessarily see often, but
Mm-hmm.
it's one of the downsides. That's actually happened apparently in South Africa. Apparently, it's happened at least once with a leopard killing penguins, and it's happened once with a caracal.
Oh, okay.
So there's actually trail cam photos of the caracals carrying dead penguins.
Oh, wow.
So basically, they say like the top 3 predators in mainland colonies are literally leopard, caracal, and black-backed jackal. So
Oh, yeah.
brown hyena is apparently considered a potential predator. We just don't know enough about their habits around penguin colonies.
Yeah.
And to be fair, lions really don't overlap where there's penguins anymore, so there's that as well.
Yeah.
But we'll see what happens if they end up moving where penguins nest on the mainland in Namibia.
Oh, yeah.
We'll see how that goes. Again,
Right.
that's apparently one of the places where that's one of the places they know penguins and brown hyenas overlap. So
Right.
again, they don't know enough about if brown hyenas prey on them or if they preferentially go for
Fur seals.
fur seals.
Yeah.
Do you think it might be the latter?
Probably, yeah.
Do we have any records of them killing adult fur seals?
That I don't know.
I know they'll take pups.
Yeah.
But again, so do jackals there. So
Right.
then again, black-backed jackals can take terrifyingly large prey for an animal their size when there's no bigger predators keeping them in line.
Right, yeah. Oh, yeah.
There's a report, I think it was like a pair of them that took down a decent-sized subadult or a decent-sized like juvenile wildebeest.
Yeah. Yeah, it's crazy.
Just like, oh no. And I know that they'll take adult, like single ones can bring down adult
Springbok.
female impala too.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, there was actually, I think there was like photographs too of a single black-backed jackal taking an impala ewe.
Oh, okay.
So
Yeah, it's quite impressive for their size.
Well, yeah, exactly. Is like if you guys don't know how small black-backed jackals are, they're a little bit larger than a red fox.
Mm-hmm.
Like they're reasonably small. It's funny because like I've seen videos of red foxes chasing adult white-tailed deer.
Mm. Do they ever have any success with that, or?
We don't know.
Uh,
There's a possibility that they take roe deer in Europe, but we don't know other than that. My thought on it is that um if like something like lynx or wolverine or bobcat can take cervids in snow,
mm-hmm.
then foxes might be able to too
Oh,
as well.
okay.
Granted, to be fair, with wolverines, they can take down things as big as caribou and moose in steep snow. So
Wow.
now let's not get too carried away on that though,
No, yeah,
because
yeah,
with moose, it was probably moose especially. It was probably an animal that was going to not make it through the winter anyways.
yeah,
So, but they have the capacity to do it. It's
yeah.
just that I don't think it's as frequent as things like caribou.
Right. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, moose are huge. That's why.
Well, I'd say a moose that's exhausted itself going through deep snow that's already in bad shape.
Yeah.
You know, like I think you've seen videos of the fact that they can literally just snowplow through,
Yep.
3 feet of snow without any problems if they're healthy.
Right.
So an animal that's not healthy, that's a different situation.
Yeah, yeah.
Also needs to be a reminder that both bears and wolves can and do kill wolverines. So,
Yeah.
in fact, I think Wildcat mentioned to us that I think wolves are like a major part of wolverine mortality.
Makes sense.
So, well, it's like a pair of wolves can easily kill one. So I mean,
Yeah.
like I can see a single wolf and a single wolverine being kind of at a stalemate. But
Mm-hmm.
yeah, no, if once there's like another wolf there, then that's not going to end well for that wolverine.
I see.
And speak of the devil.
The devil.
Oh!
Hey,
Oh!
Cuphead.
Hello, Wildcat.
Hey,
Sorry, we were just talking about wolverines.
Wolverines.
Well, because we moved from like I think what did we move from? We moved from like talking about predators and talking about the puma episode, then
Oh, yeah.
talking about predation with African penguins with the various carnivores that they coexist with.
Mm-hmm.
Because there's been reports of both leopards and caracals surplus killing African penguins. So
Yeah, there has. I'm pretty sure blackback jackals have too.
yeah, I mentioned jackal too,
Yeah.
and they said that. I remember the paper that I read. It was basically like they're saying brown hyena might be a predator of African penguins, but we just don't have the data.
Yeah. I mean, we do know the Skeleton Coast lions hunt cormorants.
Oh, that I didn't know.
That it's like that and fur seal pups are the two primary prey.
Yeah, and then I asked Doc if he knew if there were any records of brown hyenas, like even as like a pair of a trio tackling any adult fur seals, but
I
there
don't
doesn't seem to
know.
be anything.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
I haven't even heard anything of lions attacking adult fur seals.
Then again, as pinnipeds, they're quite even females are quite large. So
Oh yeah, they're huge.
Yeah,
That was
they're
that
big.
was
They're
what
big.
was it, the poll that like Marco posted where it was like, which one is the strongest? And like nobody picked the walrus, despite the fact that the walrus weighed significantly more than all the other options.
Well, it's like, but then again, I've also talked about that too. Like, part of that is because the people have never actually seen a walrus in person, be it a living individual or a taxidermied one.
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
That's
But
a big
it's
part
like
of it.
I feel like their reputation with polar bears should be enough, considering polar bear was another one of the animals on that pole.
I never understood that. It's like walrus polar bear interactions go both ways. People don't realize that.
It's actually way more often in favor of the walrus, and that's usually what you see on film.
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, walrus is multiple times larger.
And they have thicker blubber than seals.
Yep, and they also have 2 ice picks for tusks, which definitely helps.
Oh yeah.
Exactly. Like I feel like Planet Earth, Blue Planet, Frozen Planet, like every time you see a polar bear walrus interaction filmed, it's always in the walrus's favor. Like I know that polar bears can kill some walruses on occasion, but like it's really dangerous for them.
Yeah. No, walruses are insane. And I was talking about earlier, like apparently there's been reports of them killing like belugas and narwhals and stuff like that.
Walruses?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Apparently what they do is like they'll use their tusks for that and like stab them like behind the head or something. Like I haven't seen like footage of it, but I have seen like an illustration kind of showing like how they do it, and it's like, yeah, okay, that's pretty brutal.
I've heard of them taking porpoises and seals.
What's the motivation though? Like,
ooh, they'll eat them.
Really?
Like they'll just like suck. They'll
they'll eat
blubber,
them
basically.
Yeah.
From with seals, at least they suck the blubber out from under the skin, basically.
Because I know that they're like their mouths are very specialized for bivalves, so it seems weird.
Yeah, it's like.
But I guess if they can pull it off, they can pull it off.
They maybe they sometimes want to vary their diet. Sometimes they don't like eating clams and mussels all the time.
Well, I'm sure eating fat straight up is a really good way to retain your own fat reserves, which is really important up there.
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I know that in captivity they do feed them things like fish too, but it's like I don't know if they prey on fish in the wild. Like even benthic ones. I'm not even sure.
So, for a Kavango update, we are 2,000 pounds away from the next stretch goal.
Oh, cool.
Wow, that's
which
quite
means
close,
that we're gonna start getting into the Kickstarter exclusive cards.
Dang. Yeah, I think at some point I'm gonna be starting to look into donating for stretch goals. Probably will be next paycheck, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, I'd like to. So this stretch goal is just for like one of the new like human player cards, like kind of how like I think I showed you, Bren, that there's like you choose like a conservationist type person to play as, and each one comes with different abilities. So, like for example, if you play as a ranger, then you can place like one species when you don't have the adequate poaching protection invested. And get that in your sanctuary or in your reserve earlier. And I think like if you pick Safari Guide, you actually make money based on the number of like charismatic species that you have in your reserve. So it sounds like this stretch goal is just adding a new one of those, and then probably the next stretch goal is gonna hopefully be new animals.
That's really cool.
All right.
Yeah. And I did go over the list again, and so it's only like one category where there's a little bit of weirdness, because for some reason I thought that the bat-eared fox was listed as a medium-sized mammal. It's only listed as a small mammal, so that fixed that issue. So that just leaves that I have one more invertebrate than what's usually listed and one less bird of prey. But it totals
Okay.
to 160.
Okay. Yeah. Wow. Actually, I'm curious. Did giant land snails of any kind make it in?
No snails did.
Weird.
Yeah, I think all the invertebrates are arthropods.
Okay. So basically, just insects, arachnids, and I think were there any crabs?
There, crab is listed as a fish. But yes,
Okay.
there is a crab.
Okay. So.
Because like the thing you have to remember with the invertebrate cards is that half of them are just bee and termite because there's animals that specifically need those cards in order to be placed.
Oh yeah, that's right.
So there's less invertebrate variety than I'd like. I think the mammals is pretty good. I think like yellow mongoose is probably like the only one that I'm like, oh, I really wish that it got in.
Right.
I feel like if we get new animal cards, I want birds. Maybe
Right.
some like the thing with herps is it's like they went so broad with their herps that I feel like they'd have to redo the current herp cards if they wanted to diversify there.
Oh right. Yeah. Exactly.
Because it's like if you just write cobra and you just write tortoise, like it's like, well, if I want to add another tortoise, then I'm gonna have to like specify the two, and they're basically gonna be different cards.
Right. Right.
So I
And you
think
have to like.
it's harder. Whereas like with birds, it's like, okay, we can put in southern ground hornbill, we can put in saddle-billed stork, we can put in like Egyptian goose. Like there's a lot of birds that would be really good picks that are not in.
Shocked that neither saddle-billed stork nor ground hornbill made it in.
I know those are probably the two that I want the most. But I think I want to do a wildlife wire video on what I found and what I predict the list of species is going to be before the Kickstarter runs out.
Right. That's towards the end of October, right?
Yeah, it's the 20th or the 19th.
19th. Okay.
But it's like crazy how much it keeps increasing. Like I thought it would have petered off by now. Not really. It's been steadily increasing every day.
It's like the first, decent animal-related board game that we've gotten in some time. So.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not a huge board game person, but like I still have like the wild animal version, like the official wild animal version of Monopoly. That's like the first one that comes to mind, which is really just Monopoly with a different skin.
I might still have Zuriko somewhere.
I had, what was it, Amazing Animal Trivia? Do you know that one?
I've heard of it.
I think so.
Yeah, I think I have actually like 2 copies of it as well, which is kind of funny. Yeah, I think like that's really it. Like I never got the original Jumanji board game, even though I played it at school because like our school aftercare had it, and it was fun. Like I enjoyed it, but
yeah.
And then I think the other thing with Kavango is it's like, yes, it's a board game, but it's also the closest thing we've ever gotten to Zico since Zico stopped. And even though I would probably prefer a trading card game over a board game, like it's got so much in common with Zico, especially the fact that like at least you're still getting cards,
Right.
and you're placing them down in kind of like a grid fashion, and there's like the requirements before you can place more charismatic stuff. So there's just so much in common with Zico, and it's a location that I really wanted to be represented.
Well, it's like you can end up at the park, the realistic park that's overrun with both vervets, impala, and chacma baboons.
Well, that's the thing is like like with the exception of termites and bees, which I think is more so because you need they want it to be accessible to multiple players, or you might need to place. I assume that you're probably going to need multiple termite cards specifically to place things like aardvark and pangolin.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
each card is just supposed to represent this is a sustainable population of X species.
Huh.
So there's only going to be like one card in the deck.
All right. Speaking of penguins, Cat, did you hear that they have essentially described a new living pangolin?
I did. I was the one that shared that.
Yeah. Unfortunately, it's just poked scales,
Yeah,
and
it's-
unfortunately, based on the
We
genetics, they're
only
not
found
doing
it
well.
because we confiscated the scales and then went, oh wait, this doesn't look like any of the other Asian pangolins.
Yep.
I don't.
And then-
sorry, I shouldn't be laughing. That's awful.
It's like it's weird. Like it is like a situation that is kind of like a painful laugh, honestly.
It's more
Fair
more
enough.
good humor, basically.
Oh yeah,
It's more
y'all
like-
know I have that.
Like it's just how it's like, oh great, new species, but it's like, okay, how much longer before this species is gone, because this is how we found it, and we already know that
Well-
the situation for the other three isn't good.
Well, and
Yeah,
they
not
already
good.
I
did.
think there's 5 now, right? In Asia.
Yep. Yep. Now it's 5. It used to be just 4, and now it's 5 with the new species.
Yeah. I did buy Paleo
And-
Pines this week. I haven't started it
Okay,
yet, but I'm very excited to.
Question:
that'll be.
have they compared it to the African species to make sure it's not that?
I think
Yeah.
so.
Okay, yeah, because that's the first thing I would thinking, or I would think of, because like it could be smuggled over.
So they
Oh,
did
yeah.
do some. They did do some genomic studies, which does place them with Asian pangolins, but also suggests that their populations are already under pressure.
Yeah. I mean, well, yeah, they'd have to
So-
be.
I mean,
Because they're
penguins are
gene-
trafficked that much. Like, it's not really a
Yep.
surprise. Also, if it's Asia, they're going to be under pressure faster.
Yep.
Yep.
'Cause that's where the market is.
Yeah, it's just like with what we're just mirroring what has happened with Asia's rhinos.
And the elephants,
And-
honestly. I think, isn't there pretty strong evidence that female Asian elephants used to have, like, exterior tusks?
Really?
That I don't know.
I'm not, I think it's a hypothesis, maybe.
Okay.
It's a hypothesis. They might
Well,
have
that's
something beyond
interesting.
Yeah.
They
'Cause
might have had
do
something beyond
they do
tushes.
have tusks, they're just not visible.
Yeah, they have tushes,
yeah.
is what it's called, right?
Yeah.
I don't know exactly what it's called, but I know that they have tusks that just aren't visible.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're yeah, and like in some cows they're visible to a degree, but they're not like noticeable.
Yeah. I've seen that. I've seen that at my local zoo back in the day. But yeah, back in the day. My God, you get the. I mean, I haven't gone there in a while,
Back the
so.
other- Oh, back the other. Well, you're talking. Which zoo are you talking?
Honolulu.
First off,
Yeah,
Oh.
I figured it was Honolulu. Didn't they like name an elephant there after like Nicole Kidman or something?
I don't know. We have Mario and Vigai.
it's like,
That's their names, I think.
Well, I think it was an elephant that like died. It
Oh.
was like a really embarrassing death or something, because like some like talk show host like contacted the Honolulu Zoo about it. They're like, do they still have this elephant? And it was like some like embarrassing story of how it died as like a calf.
Oh, wow. I haven't heard that one before. These ones we got from India, actually.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, it was like a gift from yeah, you get the idea.
well, it's like at the Phoenix Zoo. Indu is from, I believe, Thailand. So,
Yeah. That's cool.
so yeah, a fair number of Asian and African elephants. Like we have saw generations where they were from the wild. So,
Let's see.
I mean, especially the African elephants, because we had that that exportation thing that happened from Swaziland a couple years ago.
Oh yeah. Here.
I think it's funny that still has like a lot of like memory. Like it was even spawned its own Zoo Tycoon 2 campaign.
Oh yeah, that's right.
I think they didn't name it Swaziland, but like it was basically like, yeah, they're like, these elephants are gonna be culled and your zoo's gonna take them and raise them for a month.
Question for Eternal Enemies: will there be some focus of the pride/pack/herd dynamic like social ranking and male alliance fight to take over prides. That'll just be up to the players, honestly. Like, I don't want to really dictate that because I know sometimes, like we like to make like less realistic groups. And I don't want to take that away from the players in a sense. So yeah, the social stuff is totally up to you guys. Although I will have it to where I don't know how I'm gonna do it exactly yet, but you will be like kind of more motivated to fight over females. There's like a buffalo bull, for example. Um, oh no, I do know how I'm gonna do it. What am I talking about? So how that's gonna happen is, there will be a certain ratio of males to females on a given server, right? So you can't have, like, say you have one male per every six females. Um, so you have to fight each other as males to take up that slot, or not slot, but to fill that ratio, if that makes sense. But yeah, so there will be some stuff in game for that, but otherwise it's all up to you guys.
I am so excited for Eternal Enemies. Like,
Oh, thank you.
even though I know it's like, it's more of a funding game for you. Like,
Yeah.
that's the one I'm excited about.
No, yeah, I still like it. Like, I still do have fun working on the project for sure. Um, yeah, I think it's definitely got quite a bit of potential, and more than just potential. We've already got like some pretty interesting stuff in, to say the least. So yeah, like with the calorie system, sleep system, all that.
I figure it's not going to be playable on a Mac, but I'm probably going to make Justin buy it, and we're going to do a Wildlife Wire video on it. So.
Oh, nice. Yeah.
Yeah. It's either that or I finally bite the bullet and get a actual like PC that I can game on, but like at the same time, it's like I don't use my PC for that much. Like I don't use my computer for that much gaming anyway, so
Yeah.
it's like I know I'm probably gonna buy a PS5 sometime early next year, so.
Right.
Well, I'm gonna be getting a new gaming laptop within the next 6 months to a year to be
Oh,
able
cool.
to run Planet Zoo decently enough where it's not like because like the issue I have right now is that like, the animals look like they're like blurring when they're moving.
Yeah. Oh, let's
So
At
see.
least you can actually run it.
exactly.
Yeah.
I have the base game, I just can't play it.
Okay. So Team Tano says, anything you can say about what's being worked on for Eternal Enemies at the moment? Yeah, so I'm just finishing the last few animations for the lion and sable, and then the zebra's being implemented right now. But I mean, it's obviously gotten a little slower because of the Minecraft mods and Eternal Enemies. Or did I just say Eternal Enemies was
Yes,
slowing itself
yes.
down? I guess so. Hey, it's too quick. No, I'm kidding. But uh, Into the Jungle. That's what I meant. Yeah. uh.
Also, you started college, and school is important.
Oh yes,
I'll always
yes.
say that. Do not make college children abandon their studies for your entertainment.
Yeah.
That's yeah. That's what frat house brawling is for.
What's frat house
Frat
brawling?
houses. Brandon, I feel like you were a better college student. You knew better than that.
Oh no, here's the best part. I'm actually haven't gone to college, so I'm just doing my pharmacy technician stuff. So I would probably be the better college student because like I drink maybe once every 6 months.
Yeah. I feel like I only ever drink when I'm home, and that's just because like my dad will supply me with alcohol because I just don't like spending money.
Yeah, I don't touch alcohol or smoking or anything like that. Like I've always
Well, that's because you're too young, Doc.
no
We
no.
we all know how legally, this could spill out.
Well,
I mean,
there's that, but like I've just never liked that kind of stuff anyway. Personally, like I've always been
No,
very much against it for
I don't
myself.
drink. I also don't drink that much because I'm not a big fan of the taste. Like it's
oh,
mostly just hard cider. I'll drink whiskey on like after like a really cold, really tough like field work day. But
Mm.
that's it. Like
the
I
hilarious.
don't drink beer, I don't drink wine.
It's like I prefer either like wine, certain types of champagne, hard cider. I had Irish coffee once that was from a place that was really good.
Mm. Yeah.
That was on I think that might have been my 22nd birthday actually.
Oh, okay.
21st, we went to a piano bar where I got to try my first Long Island iced tea and realized that, yeah, I shouldn't drink too much of this because I could easily get myself completely intoxicated
Yeah.
I guess
very easily.
I do have margaritas from time to time as well. That's like kind of my like big celebration drink.
Ah.
Yeah, yeah. I'm very picky about the alcohol. Like even like with beer, like I'm very picky about that.
If I do have a beer, it's usually like a Michelob Ultra, but that's like 90% water.
Yeah. Well, and my take on IPAs, they can go right to hell. So I I cannot stand the IPAs for the life of me. I've tried.
All right. Let's see.
But I'm really excited to start Paleo Pines. I watched Skeleton Crew's live stream of it. What was it? Yesterday, day before. They did a live stream for it.
Oh,
And
cool.
actually, what's going to be pretty exciting is that I'm actually going to probably be meeting Scott Johnston from the Skeleton Crew, and
Oh, that's cool.
Oh, nice.
yeah, he's giving a talk at the Harvard Museum on National Fossil Day, and I happen to be going home for Columbus Day weekend, so I'm in the area. So he's like, "You should come."
That's
Oh,
cool.
that's actually kind of cool.
Yeah.
You went, Doc. You went to the Museum of Comparative Zoology, right? When
I
you were in
did.
Boston?
Yes.
Yeah, so Scott Johnston is the vertebrate paleontology technician and fossil preparator. So he does like
Mhm.
all of the like heavy grunt work with like making sure the fossils are ready to be analyzed and like leading like the crews to go out on dig sites and stuff like that.
Oh, wow.
And also the work of, oh good lord, if I use this tool wrong, I might destroy a priceless thing that's like priceless and millions of years old.
Yeah. Oh, one of our viewers actually says that Paleo Pines is like a lot of fun. So yeah, that's good.
Yeah, it's well, what drew me to it is the fact that it had like still had silly like cutesy stylized dinosaur designs, but a lot of it was like really accurate. Like you could tell like the theropods that should be feathered are feathered. Like it's
Oh.
on the dromaeosaurs and the ornithomimids and stuff, it is full on like wings on the arms with
Wow.
like appropriate feathers and everything like that. But it's just like in a very cutesy, like chibi kind of like Harvest Moon style.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So it's the way I describe it is it's basically like a Harvest Moon plus Ark, but with accurate dinosaur designs.
Oh, that's cool.
And no rhinoceros-sized skunks. I hope.
No. I I do like I know what was it on the Wii there was like an animal themed Harvest Moon, but I think it was like mostly domestic animals. I think like a Paleo Pines with like modern animals could be really cool.
Yeah. I mean, that's basically like if you're talking marine life, that was basically in many ways endless ocean.
Endless
I remember-
Ocean was a farming game. I thought it was just like
No, it
running
wasn't.
around and looking at stuff.
Oh no, it wasn't a farming game. Yeah, there really isn't anything like Paleopines then in that regard outside
Yeah.
of.
Like I think like a farming game with just like animal buddies, but it's like modern animals could be cool.
Hmm.
I mean, there was a guy in Ethiopia that used a male spotted hyena as a herd guardian. So
Yeah.
That's funny. That's just really cool. But yeah.
apparently the guy like gave the hyena like a mix of herbs to keep him from leaving.
Oh.
I think it was like to suppress like I think his reproductive drive or something.
Oh.
That's kind of mean.
Yeah, I'm like
I don't really condone that.
I'm like, maybe just, I'm like, how expensive is a dog for this? Is a dog that I don't want to make fun of that because like it could be that like herd guardian dogs are like that prohibitively expensive in parts of Ethiopia, but
I mean, usually what you see with livestock guardian dogs is there's a lot of NGO funds to get them to people that need them.
right, they're like one of the best.
Because the other thing too is that those same NGO, especially in Ethiopia, you're worried about rabies.
Right.
And you want to make sure that like everybody's dog is vaccinated against rabies.
Right.
Because not only do you have painted dogs still in some spots, but Ethiopian wolves, you're super worried about rabies.
Exactly.
Hmm.
Well, it's like
the biggest threat to their survival.
Yep. I guess and guess what's a major outside like guess what the major non-domestic vector is?
In Africa, it's honey badger.
Yep.
Bunga.
Yeah.
Which
I know you don't.
Which then makes you worry about that the footage that Lucy and Beaumont got of the family defending their den from the pair of honey badgers. It's like, oh, did they get rabies?
Yeah, exactly.
Oh no.
Yeah, it's like
And that's like, I guess that's an interesting, like the ones where they're acting like super abnormal, like the one with the Hemsbach, with the honey badger. Like, how many of those should we like probably go back on and like, is that just a rabid animal?
yeah.
Because especially with the Hemsbach one, it feels like that badger comes out of nowhere and just charges the Hemsbach, like without a care in the world. And that's like a very rabies-esque behavior.
That's absolutely encephalitic rabies to a T.
Yeah, like because that's the thing we always tell people because everybody thinks that like any fox out during the day here is rabid, and we have to explain that it's like if you've seen the fox around, it's not rabid because it would be dead. And
Exactly.
so a rabid fox is a fox you've never seen before that just runs out of nowhere and bites you.
Yeah, no. Yeah, if it's just that's the thing. It's like if it's an animal that's just around out during the day, that's not enough.
Yeah.
Maybe
This was really embarrassing this week. It was this dude that called, and it sounded like there's like this new subdivision that was being built, and he was the first person to like move in because his house was like the first one done.
Oh boy.
And he's like, "Oh, I have two small dogs, and they were barking on the patio, and the patio's closed. And I look out, and there's just this fox in the yard, and I see it, and it runs away. And I know nothing about these animals. Like, should I be worried?" And I'm like, "It's a fox. How do you have no red fox experience in your entire life?"
I don't live in a correct habitat.
Where
But
you don't even know how a red fox of all things works.
The closest I got are kit foxes, and they're mostly nocturnal due to where they live. So
Yeah, but I feel like if you saw a red fox, you could extrapolate and know that there's no issue.
right. I've dealt with enough coyotes during the day to know that.
Yeah. We did have a coyote call as well, but I didn't handle that. The other tech did, and she said it was awful because the lady was, I think like the lady was renting a place, and the landlord said, "Oh, like you're gonna be the one that has to call Anuko to deal with the coyote." And she was like, "I need you to call my landlords and tell them that they need to do it." And it's like, that's not our responsibility. First off, the coyotes aren't doing anything wrong, because she's like, "Oh, they killed something." We're like, "Well, is it
The
wild?"
predator.
She's like, "Yeah, they killed a bird." I'm like, "Well, then there's nothing wrong. Like, that's what they're supposed to do."
So in this
Hey.
video, we're going to go from high poly
That's.
its height is 162. So about
Hey,
5%
it's like
what it initially was.
it's like
From here, make sure
you know how you've said like every like cow kill, like cow death is like a wolf kill when wolves are reintroduced.
Yes.
People know there are coyotes in the area.
We can
Every death
see,
of a stray
because we
cat
don't
is a
need to
coyote
calculate
kill
where
when
light is
raptors
going.
take them more
So
frequently.
True.
Yep.
That is so.
From here, let's go down
so
into performance.
true.
I'm just
Yep.
going to increase the tile size.
It's
Like roadkill
and
doesn't
let's
happen.
minimize that. Let's go to bake.
Great
Yep,
horned
I'm gonna
owls and
bake.
red-tailed hawks don't happen. Kids shooting it to death with a BB gun, which I have had happen.
Oh,
before.
God.
Yep.
Doesn't
I don't know why it's
Yeah, that yeah.
So here I'm gonna
Stray
create a
/ feral
new
cats are
material.
pretty
This one will be
big victims
red.
of animal
It's called
cruelty
D for diffuse.
in that regard.
Let's
But
multiply that by 2.
I mean, to be
multiply
fair, it's like
this
if they
one
were
by 2,
putting
so
down
we've
the
got a
animal
2K
properly and removing it from the environment, that's one thing. But the kids are just taking pot shots at it.
It's also just like you want to, if you are gonna kill it, like kill it as quickly as possible, not
Yep.
shoot it with a BB gun. That's gonna make
Yep.
it suffer.
Yep. Well, it's like it's like it's like every cat kill, like even like ones that I've noticed that are like meticulously like picked over, which are very obvious raptor behavior. It's like they're like, oh, it's a coyote. I'm like, if it's a coyote, most of the cat would have been gone.
Yeah, it would have been just shreds left,
Mm-hmm.
like pieces of fur. That's about it. Some bones. I've found ones up in a tree
Yeah,
because
that's
the bird put it there, and
Yep.
they're like, "Oh, my cat got killed by a coyote." I'm like, "You mean the cat that's stuck in the tree?" Don't think a coyote. Well, and that's the thing is like, because I was the coyote guy, it was your coyotes are killing our cats. You know, it was my fault that they were doing it too.
Oh, for God's sake.
Yeah, and these weren't even collared animals. Like I was just like, yeah, this is the resident family that lives here.
Well, it's like I've also seen like old great horned owl predation on a skunk, which is mostly just like a bunch of like picked over bones and some skunk fur, basically.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's like I've seen plenty, like doing volunteer work. You see plenty of it. You know of it after a while how they eat. So like
Yeah, I don't think out of all the dead cats I looked at, I don't think a single one was like, yeah, I can definitely tell that this is a coyote. And the thing is that male was big. Like he was probably, over 50 pounds. Like that's that's a big
large
coyote.
coyote.
And so it's like him just being there is going to scare the bejesus out of any cat from entering his turf.
Oh yeah, no. That's what I say too about the coyote family that lives in the general vicinity of where I live. It's like there's a reason the cats stick around inside our neighborhood and have not spread out.
Yeah. Well, even then, that's what Sule found out. Like he was putting radio collars on people's outdoor cats and finding that they stayed away from the spots where the coyotes were.
Yep.
Yeah, I remember, like, for one of my talks, I was like, all right, so in this general area, there are, I was, and this was like a highball estimate. Like, I was giving like a maximum estimate. I was like, there's probably no more than 9 of them. And there was some ladies like, you say there's only 9? I'm like, it's probably less than that, but yeah, there's at most probably 9. And she was like, well, then why were there 14 cats killed on like in the nearby neighborhood this summer? I'm like, 14 cats. Like, you know that they were killed and that they were killed by coyotes. She's like, yes. And I just like ignore it because the rest of the audience turned on her. They're like, you don't have evidence for that. You just have 14 missing cats.
It's like, and God knows what happened to them too.
Yeah. Again, like, if you just have a missing cat, that doesn't mean it's dead necessarily either. It just means it didn't come back.
Yeah.
Because I know that there's, like, outdoor cats that will have, like, they will go to multiple owners.
Yep.
Well, it's like, with excuse me, with like the cat situation, like here in Phoenix, or like general like the three major like wildlife boogeymen for people here are bobcats, coyotes, and great horned owls.
Oh, they actually recognize that the owls do it. That's interesting.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they don't recognize that things like red-tailed hawks and potentially Harris hawks do it too, but yeah, they recognize great horned owls will do it.
For us, it's not even I feel like bobcats are, like, so relatively rare, like, to spot. I'd say here it's coyote, fisher, and red fox are the three that get blamed.
And no, it's mostly coyote and then bobcat and great horned owl.
Yeah, you just don't see the bobcat. Though, today was the last day of pulling cameras, last day of the bobcat summer field
Nice.
season. Very sad.
Oh.
But so when I did my first round of checks back in end of June, we had, like, the very first day there were 3 bobcat detections. Finished off this field season with 3 bobcat detections, so that felt pretty good. With
nice.
at least 1, but maybe 2 of them probably being brand new individuals. I have to do the analysis either next week or the week after when I've got time in the office, but I'm almost certain at least one of them is a new individual.
That's great.
Yeah, because it's like, it's in a part of the grid where we've never gotten a cat before.
Okay.
And 2 of the detections were on the same day in different spots. So it's like, okay, these are probably 2 different animals.
It's kind of funny when you talk about like where you are, bobcats aren't terribly common, but like here in some parts of Phoenix they're reasonably well, and especially in Tucson they're a really frequently seen suburban animal.
Yeah,
I don't
like,
live in the parts of Phoenix.
They're abundant. You just don't see them. Same thing with the gray foxes.
Granted, funnily enough, I've probably seen more gray foxes than I've seen bobcats because I've not seen any bobcats.
I've only ever seen 1 gray fox and 1 bobcat in the wild.
3 times I've seen gray foxes, and they were all glimpses.
Whereas, like, I've seen more red foxes than I can even, like, remember. They're that ridiculously visible.
Yeah, I've only ever seen kit foxes once, and that actually is the only time I've ever gotten good looks at foxes. So,
Yeah, that's it for me for foxes. It's just like oodles and oodles of red fox, 1 gray fox. Didn't see bad-eared fox or Cape fox when I was in Botswana.
yeah, I mean, it's like the only canids I've ever seen have been kit fox, gray fox, and coyote. So, in the wild. So,
Canids, it's gray wolf, coyote, red fox, gray fox, painted dog, and black-backed jackal.
okay.
I actually did see bad fox. When I went to Kenya in Amboseli National Park is where I saw him.
That's
Yeah, we got
almost
really
did.
lucky there.
One of, like, our head instructor, she went back to Mound to, like, fix one of the trucks and resupply. And she's like, I can't believe my luck when I was driving back because you guys have had terrible carnivore luck so far. And it's like, we had terrible carnivore luck in general, except for dogs. So it wasn't really saying much. But she's like, yeah, as I was driving back, I bumped into painted dogs. and then I bumped into a family of bad-eared foxes, and then I bumped into 4 male lions.
Wow.
And we're like, are you kidding me? Just on a supply run, you bumped into all of those in one morning.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Well, that makes sense. It was also morning.
Yeah.
She left like early in the morning is why.
Yeah.
The
So
that's the scariest thing is like when your headlights aren't enough and you know that and you're driving at night and you know there's elephants around
oh no.
and you're just like I can't see them well.
Well, it's like our eyesight's not great enough to, differentiate the gray of the landscape with the gray of elephants. So
Driving around elephants in general is just nerve-wracking, but yeah.
it's like
Oh, yeah.
you never know. You never know if one has a bad attitude or has had bad experiences with people.
It's probably I would imagine it's better in Kenya just because it's like it's at least more open. Like you can see a lot farther out. But like in that Mopani woodland, you just turn around the bend. There's an elephant right there, and you're just like, oh shit.
Oh no.
The elephant starts freaking out. You're freaking out.
You're like sitting there like, is this the day where I get flattened?
Yeah. Is this the day where he panics enough and decides not to run away but attack the vehicle?
Yeah. Oh, that's scary.
Yeah. I've heard Botswana's not as bad. Like I've heard like Zambia, they're a lot more prone to hitting vehicles, as well as Angola, but that's because they
Anything-
face more poaching pressure there.
Is there anything for South Africa?
I don't think so. Like it correlates with poaching pressure, so
Oh.
that's why it's kind of been called like PTSD. They're just like
Mhm.
vehicle with like humans in it, like it's gonna attack me, bang, like preventative aggression.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Because it's also most like that case is also mostly with like matriarchal herds
That makes sense.
rather than bulls.
You saw the you did see the video of the dholes going after the sloth bear, right, Wildcat?
Yeah, we talked about it a little bit.
Yep.
It seems like they were defending it then.
Yeah, it didn't look predatory.
No, they looked like get out of here.
That bear was obliging.
Yeah. Which is good because you usually hear about sloth bears just like not turning and running. So it's like, yeah, they will run if they're in that situation.
It's really weird though, because like if they don't turn and run when it comes, well, they obviously won't with tigers, but
Well, the thing
Because
with
if they do,
tigers
then they
is
die.
it's like you're not outpacing a tiger.
yeah, it's like if you run, you die.
So, like, if you're the bear that runs, you die.
Yep. It's weird that they do it with people though. It's like they don't run from people; they decide to go on the offensive.
No. Maybe it's a stamina thing. They've had experiences where people just run them down and kill them, but it's
Yeah,
like I guess dholes could do that, but at least I guess with dholes is dholes can't climb.
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, sloth bears were living alongside hominins for nearly 1 million years, so.
Oh, what did you think of the article that Bone Crusher posted about the scavenging group size?
I did a little bit of reading on it. It was actually it's an interesting one because it's just talking about Pachycurcuta, right?
I assume so because I don't know of any other giant hyena that's like truly we've determined yes this is a hyena.
Yeah.
Because Dinocrocuta is
It hops back and forth between being a hyena and being Percrocudidae.
and there's apparently some issues with whether or not Percrocudidae is even valid as well. So
Yes, yes.
Interesting that they're proposing that saber-toothed cats were the proposing to facilitate the expansion of humans outside of Africa.
I mean, it makes sense, right? When you think about it, because it's like we do know that they could not eat everything on a cart. The teeth
Right.
were too full. So
Yeah.
they did leave.
I think your mic cut out there.
Oh, did it?
Uh, if it did, it was very brief, actually.
Okay.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, is there really not that much evidence for Pachy like living in groups? I feel like it would. Like I know it's closer to striped and brown than spotted, but like it seems
Well-
more predatory than really being a facultative scavenger.
Well, I mean, if you look at brown hyena society, I mean, that's probably a close match. They live in loosely aggregated groups, basically.
Yeah. I don't know. I just like the idea of it being a spotted clan structure, maybe.
Yeah,
It's
that'd be
big,
really
though.
cool.
We know they were bringing back things to their den sites because we have middens for them.
Yeah. Well, I mean, all three living hyena species do that, so it's not
Right.
out of the ordinary. I wonder if aardwolves also bring things back for the pups. Like, because I mean, it's also like a very like large canid thing to do as well, to bring stuff back for the pups to play with.
That I don't know, because it's just termites and ants, right? Or
Yeah, they're not
Termites
like
predominant.
I don't know if they would just pick up anything random
Oh.
that they find and bring it back. Because like wolves will do that; they'll just pick up like random objects that aren't food and
Oh.
give it to the pups for toys.
Yeah, that's a
I
good
think-
question.
I don't know. There was Voyagers had another beaver predation video that they released today.
I'm trying to see if there's anything on Aardwolf, like behavior regarding their cubs.
We don't know a lot about aardwolves, to be honest.
No, we don't.
I mean, apparently they do use latrines.
Yeah. That's why, like, UHC and I have been talking about, because UHC definitely thinks that if you're gonna change a hyena's reputation, you're gonna need some like long length documentary that really like follows a clan. Whether that's just you do Meerkat Manor, but with a spotted hyena clan. I've also thought, hey, maybe do a Big Cat Diary style, where you
Yeah.
have a spotted hyena clan, a brown or striped hyena family, and an aardwolf pair.
Right.
And that means you have to find an aardwolf pair, which is not gonna be easy. Preferably with babies too, because that's like I've listened to Jonathan Scott's podcast on how they made Big Cat Diary, and that was a big thing for them with their focal items was having groups to bounce around to, because that gives you at least 3 different stories,
Mm-hmm.
and then preferably with babies because it just makes them more active, and and it also increases peril because those babies have to survive in a world with a lot of things that want to kill them.
Right. Yeah. Apparently Aardwolves, like if they go to find like carrion, like a carcass, they're usually eating things like maggots and carrion beetles.
I knew that.
So that's interesting.
Yeah, it's like one of the few
Hmm.
times that they don't eat harvester, or like they eat harvester termites during one season, and then they eat a different termite during the other season.
Yep.
Like 2 different genera that they're entirely dependent on.
I'm trying to see if there's anything on. Oh, wow, they can have up to 5 cubs.
Wow. I didn't know that. That's fascinating.
They usually say it's just 2 or 3 most normally, but they can have up to 5. That's impressive.
I feel like they probably have 5 more than we think, and they just get predated on pretty early because there's a
Yeah.
lot of things that will eat aardwolves.
Yeah, we really don't have anything on like food delivery behavior on these guys like we do with other hyenids or even other carnivores.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just more that we just don't know enough about them.
Yeah, and like a lot of aardwolves get killed because farmers think that they're blackback jackals.
Oh,
Mhm.
that sucks.
Same thing with brown hyenas, surprisingly. No kill brown hyenas because they think they're jackals.
From here,
What?
I'm gonna shift D
Yeah.
to duplicate. Bring that
How?
I mean,
and let's add in a
I guess
normal
at least
map.
the brown hyenas can also engage in livestock
From
predation,
here,
but
color goes into color.
like
normal
aardwolf
But
is like
even
completely
then, it's
innocent.
like they're so
Let's
much bigger than a
remove
jackal.
the diffused texture, and now
Oh,
we
yeah,
can create a
exactly.
normal texture.
But I think
Let's go
it's like a
red,
lot of like I think
score,
brown
10.
hyena gets
It's a 2K
killed as mistaken
texture. This is
ID.
important. Let's
I think
remove
bad-eared
the
fox does
alpha.
as well.
You need to turn
Cape
on
fox.
32-bit float. Okay.
Like and every time
Okay.
they're targeting blackback jackal.
Now,
Well,
what do
it's
we
like
do
what
from
sucks
here?
about that is like
We
bad-eared
need to come
fox
up into the
and
main viewport,
aardwolf are
tab,
essentially innocent in
select
that.
it, press
Yeah.
A to select everything,
I mean, even
You,
Cape Fox, honestly.
smart
Right.
Cape foxes are
and I'm
tiny.
going to increase the margin size by a little
But yeah,
bit,
if they're going
because
after
then
anything
there's
livestock
no bleeding
related, they're
of
going after
edges
chickens.
over onto the texture. So
If
let's
that.
press OK
And
with
I
that.
feel like chickens
So if we come
aren't
to
that
UV
big
editing,
in
we can
Southern
see now we've
Africa.
got nice margins.
Yeah.
And so that's what we've got. Let's come back into
I
here.
mean, maybe guinea fowl, but I
am
don't
gonna
know if that's
select
they're
our
even that big
initial
of a thing in
mesh,
southern
and I'm just
Africa
gonna shade
either.
smooth on that one, and
I
as
mean,
well,
wild ones are.
remove
I'm not sure
auto
about people
smooth.
keeping them.
Let's hide that
Yeah,
original one.
because I know in
From
parts,
here,
because like
I
that's
need
how we
to
have semi-domesticated
bread and
ones.
selected.
Mm.
Let's jump over into the render settings.
So
I think it's
Eevee, we're gonna
mostly
change
like sheep and
cycles.
goats.
The
jackals go
render,
after.
I'm going to drop it back down to about
yeah,
10,
no,
because we don't
Cape
need to
foxes aren't
calculate
going
where
after
light is
them. Of course,
bouncing.
bad-eared
We're just trying
foxes
to
and aardwolves
capture
aren't
the
either.
geometry.
So
From here, let's go down
Because like
into
the two
performance. I'm just gonna
species
increase the
that get the
tile
most
size,
livestock complaints,
and let's minimize
believe it or
that.
not,
Let's go
are
into
blackback
bake.
jackal and
Now I'm going
caracal.
to bake from
The bigger,
multi-res.
depending on where you are. I mean, I'm sure
And
that
I
there's
want the
spots where like
normals.
lion and spot hyena
Make
are
sure-
higher, but like for the most part, because of predator persecution,
to
it's
0.
blackback jackal and caracal.
From here, let's just select that. I'm going to press spacebar, shade smooth. There we go. Cool banana.
actually, caracal one
From
kind of
here, I'm going
surprises
to
me.
delete this texture. I'm going to create a
In
new
drier
texture.
parts of
This,
southern Africa, they're actually
color,
really common,
I want selected to active,
and especially in areas
our
with low
selected,
leopard density.
and I'm going to press bake.
Yeah, it makes
From
sense.
multi-res.
Because servals need it to be a bit more wet, whereas caracals can take it wet or dry.
Yeah, I'm trying. There's somebody that did this like weird AI image of an. They said it was an aardwolf, but it's like they stuck the head of a maned wolf pup onto the body of a spotted hyena cub, quite literally.
Oh.
Yeah, that's not an aardwolf. They believe like 99% of the photos are, or of the pictures are actually aardwolves, but some of them are striped hyenas though.
Yeah, a lot of people confuse those.
Well, like the lion guard design for the aardwolves is basically a striped hyena with a weird nose.
Yeah.
Yeah. That and like no dark throat patch, but yeah.
Oh, yeah, I forgot they were missing the throat patch that striped hyenas have. I mean, again, they made them look way. I know it's like we all know they're hyenas. They made them look way too much like bone crushing hyenas. And
Yeah.
they don't look like that at all.
No, they still have a very dog-like face. It's just like the muzzle just has like that unique like coating.
Yeah.
Like it's all like calloused, I guess, for lack of a better descriptor.
Yeah.
Like yeah, they have really canine-esque ears.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, yeah. It's like not even like striped hyenas look like that. Like
No. Oh, I guess this is a question. I don't know if we talked about it before on UAC channel, Bren, but I know we haven't talked about it with Doc. Mightyena from Pokemon. Do you feel like that has like enough to be considered a hyena, or is that too canid?
I
Let me
don't
double
know
check.
actually.
Because to me, it feels more like a Boraphagine than it does to a hyena.
Yeah, it doesn't look like a hyenid. That looks more canid to me.
Yeah. I'm like, it's not a hyena, it's Boraphagine.
Yeah, it's like not. It looks too much like a dog. Like there's like some screenshots that show it that look vaguely like some sort of weird looking, hyenid, but most of it not. Just looks like a canid.
Yeah.
Like it's just like it's a canid with a really short face, and it's like, okay, well, Boraphagines are canids with really short faces because they're crushing bone.
Let's see.
I mean, and I could see them having like certain ones having that sort of aposematic coloration.
Yeah.
Like, especially like with like some of the smaller ones that weren't like technically crushing bone.
Yeah.
They were just eating anything.
And I really like Mightyena. Mightyena is one of my favorite Pokemon designs, but I don't think it's a hyena.
Team Ten. Wait, you're on my. Oh, someone posted a what you call Daredon on my Discord server. Is that you? Oh, you're Jay Tana. Okay, I should have made that connection a while ago, but no, that looks good to me. That looks great. Let's see. Yeah. So if anyone knows more about Daedons than I do, apparently Jay Tana was looking for feedback here. So, it's in the
Well,
art
let me
channel
see.
of Eternal Enemies.
I mean,
Let
from
me
what I
see.
can see right now, from you sharing it, like it looks a lot like the model that we're getting for Forgotten Bloodlines, which is a really good thing.
Yeah.
Where's the art show? Is it under art showcase?
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
No, no, it's just in art, for Eternal Enemies server.
Okay. Let me check that really quick. Let's see here. Elephant. Yeah, that's a decent hell hippo.
Bear hippo.
Basically. Well, I
I
mean,
try. I try.
Daedon
I
was
try
even.
to stay away from the pig resemblance.
Yeah. Well, I mean, to be fair, Daedon was probably. We know that at least in some specimens of Daedon, their molars had the pie crust fractures that are pretty similar to like what hyenids have.
Yeah.
So they were eating bones to a degree. So
Hmm.
I kind of wish that there was a good picture of like what pie crust fractures like are in like hyenid teeth, because like that's a very similar thing that we see in things like Daedon. We don't really see it in other entelodons though, so it's like we
Well,
know that other.
there were some antelodonts that were quite herbivorous, right?
From my understanding, it was probably like para-entelodon. I think was a little more herbivorous. But like Archaeotherium was very bear-like.
Yeah.
Because we know that we have a potential food cache that was a bunch of small camels
Oh.
that were basically found with like their hindquarters missing, and with like Archaeotherium tooth marks all over them, including in parts of the body that suggested that the camels were killed too. They had basically just ripped off the hindquarters and consumed it,
Oh, okay.
and then just cached the rest of the bodies elsewhere.
Hide the evidence.
Yeah, I feel like entelodonts were better hunters than most people give them credit for, and I feel like the reason people don't is simply because of walking with beasts.
prehistoric predators did a better job of it, if I'm being honest.
Yeah. Well, like,
Yes, I'm not.
I mean, Tirzu's like Cenozoic stuff. Like, let's be honest. Like, you can tell that he didn't watch much besides Walking with Beasts, especially for him being like, Megalosaurus was shit because it couldn't, it couldn't go in the trees and its antlers got caught and it died. It's like, okay, that was like the one scene that it was in for Walking with Beasts, which was already outdated at the time.
Not to mention his garbage take on Calicatheres.
Oh yeah. And it's like literally we saw nothing of Calicatherium besides it getting killed by a hyenodon in Walking with Beasts.
Oh yeah, and then you had Ancylitherium as a background animal, and that's about it.
But I feel like most people didn't even connect that Ancylitherium was a Calicathere because they just didn't talk about it.
Yeah, they really didn't. They didn't make that connection. They just said like, oh, it was an ancient type of animal that's now only found in Africa. It's like now that's outdated because now we know that Calicatheres survived until later in Asia.
Yeah. What is
So-
that formation? I forget what it's called, but it's like that one formation that James always talks about in China that like has basically everything just like mosh pitted together from like the early Pleistocene.
I don't remember the name for the life of me. I know what you're talking about though.
Yeah. Because it's like there's that one artwork of like that Calicathere, like, and it's like the baby's being hunted by a tiger,
Uh-huh.
and it's just like the idea of Calicatheres living alongside tigers is kind of crap.
Well, I mean, even worse is I think that same formation also had a giant hyracoid too.
It did, yeah, because James has mentioned that, and I
Yep.
think it also had like I think woolly mammoth was around at that point too.
I'm trying to think of if it was like. I think it might have been actually like some of the early forms of steppe mammoth.
Oh, okay. There was mammoths though.
Yeah, there was mammoth at least.
And I think like you still had Megantarion as well, like. It was
Well, yeah,
pretty weird.
well, yeah, you also had Homotherium, but again, that's kind of a given at this point.
Yeah, we know it was there. We just don't know much else.
Yeah, that's a Homotherium moment if there ever was one.
Yeah, that even happened during the Skeleton Crew live stream. Like somebody was asking about they asked like a question about well, like what prey partitioning would Daspletosaurus and Gorgosaurus have done? And it was funny because I was like typing a little bit in the comments from the Wildlife Wire like channel, and then like, but it was like me and the Skeleton Crew all like talking about like there's not just partitioning of prey. You can partition temporally. You can partition like fine scale spatially. Like we put a bit too much focus on like, oh, you have to like this animal's only gonna go after this prey and this animal's gonna go after that prey only. Like you can overlap in prey quite a lot and still partition. And like I think like the example that they were using was like lions and tigers in India. And then somebody typed in the comments and they were like, yeah, even in Pleistocene North America, you had jaguars, Smilodon, and Panthera atrox all overlapping. And I said, don't forget Homotherium. It was like he got forgotten again, even in North America.
In North America, where we know probably the most about it.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, I didn't know that actually. That's cool.
Yeah,
Like
we
I
have
only ever hear
really
people
good-
talking about it in terms of like Eurasian animals.
We know a
Oh, no.
lot from a family, like a well-preserved family that we found in a cave in Texas. And that's the same, those are the same specimens that made us think they were mammoth specialists, which is probably just something that particular group was doing rather than it being species-wide.
Right.
Well, you know, and the thing that the people also that talk about Friesenhahn Cave also conveniently ignore, though, is that not only do we have a lot of, you know, juvenile Columbian mammoth and some juvenile American mastodon, but we also have a lot of bison and horse remains too. Like it's not
I
as
think
much.
there's like a sloth in there as well.
Like it's not as much as the young proboscideans, but it's also likely the fact that if you're going to be moving a kill, it's going to be that if you're going to move any kill, it's going to be a dead juvenile proboscidean. because you're not going to want to be around the vicinity of that herd for very long.
Yeah.
Yeah, but at the same time, like, well, I guess the ones that you find in there are like 2 to 4 year old ones, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like,
Yeah,
they could have
you-
probably easily been killing stuff that was getting up to 16, 17 years old. But you're not dragging that back because it's way too big.
Nope. Nope. No, it's going to even it's and any pieces that they drag back aren't going to really have any bone material, anyways.
Well, and there's no point in bringing the bones back either. They're
Right.
pterodon.
Right. Well, interestingly enough, too, it's like with that too is like they're not like they had their limits with their teeth, but it's like they sometimes did exercise those limits, which is really weird. A lot of it though seems to be when they're attacking other predators, because we have direwolf skulls that have proposed smilodon bite marks. We have proposed smilodon bite marks on each other, and we have a Homo erectus from Georgia, the country,
Yeah.
that has potential meganterian bite marks from it basically attacking it as a competitor.
Mm-hmm.
Which is kind of funny because
I
it
mean,
kind
to
of ties
be fair, like, you're gonna instinctively bite into something. It doesn't mean it's necessarily gonna be in the right spot for those teeth.
right. But yeah, it's like it seems like that, like when Smilodon, like, well, saber-tooths in general were pretty careful when it came to prey, because prey seemed to have been more liable for them to break their teeth if they weren't.
Sense. They've got more force to exert because they're bigger.
Much
Yep.
bigger.
Well, especially when you start getting into like Meganterian and Smilodon. Like, it seems like Homotherium kind of did a similar, from what I understand from studies, did a similar throttle bite to Pantherines, except they could actually cut into the
Well,
throat with
they had like shark teeth basically.
more or
Like,
less.
even besides the canines, like their teeth were sharp.
Yeah, then they weren't exactly like it was. It seemed to have been like an intermediary between the throttle bites that Pantherines utilize and the shear bites that things like Smilodon was doing.
Yeah.
Which, yeah, again, and then we also have this one juvenile Glyptodont skull from here in Arizona that may be the only circumstantial evidence of Smilodon even existing in Arizona.
Besides the cave art that might also be a bobcat.
Yep. It's weird that we have a cat that has been found in every area around it, including in Mexico, not far from the Arizona border. Yet we don't have any remains in Arizona.
It was pulling in Alberta. It was Smilodon free.
It's like we have plenty of lion remains. We have plenty of Panther
Well,
atrox.
it could have also been that it just wasn't that forested. So it wasn't good Smilodon habitat.
Yeah,
You have
probably
you have a lot of jaguars, don't you? So that doesn't really.
we had like, well, jaguars. It's weird because like jaguars present, like, it seems to be present in the early Pleistocene, but not so much in the later Pleistocene in Arizona.
Okay.
So it seems like the Holocene populations were relatively recent colonizations.
Which we already knew because jaguars go extinct in North America entirely at the end of the Pleistocene, and only like it's probably like a starter population from like Brazil that then spread back up.
Yeah. Well, it's like yeah, it's like the major cats that we have are like Puma, Panther atrox, and then Miracinonyx. And then early Pleistocene, we have jaguar, Homotherium, and potentially Xenosmilus.
So the Homotherium, I mean, Homotherium is hard to find anyway, but like we know that Homotherium and Atrox were the open terrain ones, and the thicker forest stuff was Smilodon and Jaguar.
Yeah. Yeah, we have this, but I mentioned that we have this Glyptodont skull, though. It's a juvenile that has two elliptical, like oval-shaped puncture wounds in the cranium that aren't pantherine because they're too elliptical. So they're likely Machaerodont, and
Yeah.
very likely it was Smilodon gracilis. So based on time frame, so and the size of the punctures. So then
So
again,
it's still not even Fatalis.
no, it's like it's the one that has the proportionally shortest, upper canines of the three species. And like, and again, like all of the skull biting we know from Fatalis has been on other predators, and they were not really like deeply penetrating. They were
Yeah.
like biting to try to inflict pain to get an animal to move away from something.
Which makes sense because if you look at the bite force test, like their bite strength was less than that of a large dog.
Well, and that's it's like why need a strong bite force when you have neck
When you're
muscles.
stabbing them.
Yeah, when you're using your neck to basically drive in the two blades into your prey. Yeah, and that's what's interesting thing too. It's like it's the difference between like Smilodon and like Allosaurus, like where they try to do the axe bite theory with Allosaurus, where it's just like that's probably not how they hunted. But like with Smilodon, the shear bite makes a lot of sense because they were pinning the prey down.
Yeah, exactly. Like we know that they were like full on wrestling things as big as like longhorn bison. And,
Wow.
like probably some large sloths. It's like,
Well, it's like
yeah.
they were they were still potentially on a very rare occasions tackling young proboscideans too, and they were certainly tackling sloths.
Sorry, Sid.
Well, it's like
I mean,
sloths.
Populator for certain was tackling Megatheer.
Oh, I'm not sure on that one. That would also put
Really?
that.
Like not Megatherium itself, but I'm pretty sure like some of the other Megatheers.
Well, I know some of the Mylodonts were on Smilodon Populator's menu.
Well, some of the Mylodons were also on Jaguar menus, like the smaller ones.
Yeah, and then like stuff like up the size of. I think it's like up to the size of like Mylodon were on both Smilodon and of the Jaguar too.
I could have sworn that Smilodon was taking larger sloths than Jaguar.
I mean, they probably would have taken a subadult either Megatherium or Erematherium.
Yeah.
From being.
Like, I'm pretty sure we have evidence of Megatheers being predated on. Like, it's not like they were invincible.
No, they weren't. Well, it's like they're. I don't know how easy they would be able to like outside of the claws. It's a little hard to see how they would defend themselves easier than say proboscideans would.
Yeah.
So I mean, like both of the large ground sloths were living alongside proboscideans throughout their range.
Yeah.
Funnily enough, with like Erematherium, they were in North America. They were living alongside both American mastodon and Columbian mammoth. So it's like you have the three largest animals in the environment. One of them's a sloth.
Yep.
Granted, they're probably, I think in North America, it probably would have had fewer predators than South America. Because again, North America's saber-tooths aren't nearly to the same caliber that South America's are.
No. But they're still in groups.
Yeah. That's why I was like, they would probably take, younger proboscideans on occasion. They definitely had the strength for it.
I mean, if
Homo
lions
imperium
can
was-
kill African elephants cooperatively to certain sizes depending on the practice and the density, there's no reason to suspect that certain Smilodon groups wouldn't be in similar situations. And we know Homotherium groups were.
Yep. Yeah, and I don't know, if maybe proboscideans were too few on because I know in the Rancho La Brea Smilodon, it was predominantly like longhorn bison, tapir, and camels and llamas. So
Yeah. I'm trying to think if there was anything else, but I think those were the major ones. Like they
Just a weird
weren't eating much. No, like the dire wolves were the ones going after the horses mostly.
and bison antiquus too.
Yeah. But
Lion
like yeah,
were
I think because the thing is like I know that there's a little bit of like Jefferson sloth and a little bit of Columbian mammoth and American mastodon, but I would suspect they'd go after mastodon more, just from habitat preference.
I'm shocked they weren't going after Shasta ground sloths more, honestly.
Oh, I'm sure they were, because it's even smaller than Jefferson. But I know they hunted Jefferson. I
Yeah, it's
don't
like
know if
I
they hunted
don't.
Harlan's though. Harlan's was pretty
Yeah,
big.
it's like I don't know what they're doing with Harlan's ground sloth. Well, Harlan's is not only big, but they also had dermal ossicles too. That kind of puts a wrench in things if you're trying to predate on something that has subdermal armor.
As bad as the prehistoric predators Arctodus episode was, I did really enjoy the sloth boxing match scene.
I mean, I don't see the bear coming out on top in that situation. Just because of the
Yeah,
fact that
I
the
was gonna
sloth,
say I feel like the sloth would have won.
it's like the sloth would have seen off the bear.
Yeah.
Because it's like
Predators
that's
in
an
those
animal that.
situations win by ambush hunting or just not getting hit.
Well, yeah, if it was able to knock the sloth on its ass, then that's a different situation. But when the claws come to play, then things change.
Like that they were if it was like in the context of a boxing match, like no.
No, no, you're gonna have a bear that's going to have a lot of very deep scratch wounds, and that's
It's
also
like,
going
yeah,
to be
if it
hungry.
crushed the shoulder like from the get-go, from surprise, yeah, maybe.
But yeah, if the bear was able to like again knock the sloth on its back and grab it, then yeah, sure. Shasta ground sloth probably would have been easier in that regard, again, because of the smaller size.
But I'm pretty sure Paramylodon was like, at least from what we know from Rancho La Brea, it was fairly rare. Like I think
It wasn't common.
Megalonyx was the most common of the three.
From my understanding, Paramylodon preferred way more open habitat to what, like, say, Megalonyx or even Nothotheriaps even preferred.
Which
Nothotheriaps was
I feel like
most-
Rancho La Brea in general, with like the exception of Bison antiguus, mostly has the forest species show up.
Well, yeah, we have redwoods, we have evidence of redwoods, we have evidence of various pines.
Well, no, I just mean like the species that we know preferred forest. I feel like show up more frequently, with the exception of Bison antiguus, because Bison antiguus shows up more than Latiform.
Yeah, it's true. That also likely probably is dependent on like herd structure too.
Yeah, and the other thing too is it seems like the Bison antiguus were migratory through the area because they only seem to have been present for 2 months a year.
Yep. Yeah, they weren't.
They were going into the forest for something and then leaving.
Mm-hmm. It would make me very curious to see at what time of year those 2 months were.
Yeah, I feel like I want to say it was like calves that were like 2 to 4 months old, and then did it? I forget if it was like exact annual cycles, but I know 2 to 4 months was like one of the age classes that you saw in like Bison antiguus count.
Yeah, that makes sense. Experience.
So it wasn't like they were going there to calve.
Nope. Yeah, it's like Yeah, because like we get a lot of both Jeffersons and Shasta ground sloth. We get quite a few tapir. Um, lots of camels, lots of llamas.
You get a decent amount of mastodon. It's not like a
Mhm.
large amount. You get a lot of
I think
white-tailed deer.
well, wasn't mule deer, right?
Oh yeah, mule deer. Sorry, I was just thinking about
Um,
quails, but
I think we have like what three like individuals for Columbian mammoth.
I know that all the Columbian mammoth specimens only come out of two pits, and it's assumed
Okay,
that those were the only pits that were strong enough to hold them.
that makes sense.
I think it's like pit 6 and pit 10.
I think Pit 10 was I think the one that had Zed, right?
I don't know. I'm trying to remember back to like the books that I have on the tar pits, but like, I mean, we know like, I think Homotherium's only known from a couple of teeth and a couple of foot bones. Lions are far rarer than direwolf and Smilodon.
There's like a total of like 80 individuals known from the tar pits that we know of for lion.
And it's a heavily skewed male ratio too,
Mm-hmm. Yep.
which I think is why people think like that's why I think people know about the larger size more than the average because Atrox seems to have had leopard levels of sexual dimorphism in terms of size, where the males are ludicrously bigger than the females.
Huh.
Yeah.
Because I think it's like a large male Atrox was like 350 kilos, which is like, all right, that's bigger than your average populator.
Well, I'm trying to think too. Is like how would that affect like any potential social structure for these cats then for Panther
I think that in general we still suspect they were solitary. I think that was figured out for Atrox before even Paleo.
Hmm. It's like I don't see them living in full on
That was the
prides,
thing is
but
like they were like, oh, we're getting a high ratio of males, which kind of suggests they were solitary.
right, because you'd think that if they were hunting in prides,
If they were hunting in prides, you would get a lot of females clustered in together. And
Yep.
it's like, I think there is like, there's some people that were suggesting that they were living in pairs, which I guess like you could maybe extrapolate that like, oh, if there's good prey density, maybe they form coalitions like jaguars do. But even then, we just don't know that much about jaguar coalitions. That's kind of a stretch.
I mean, it's like, and I don't know how much we can extrapolate from lion behavior though, because like lions are, we don't know. I don't know when exactly pride behavior began in lions and social behavior.
Nobody does. Nobody knows why it began. We suspect it has. We suspect it has to do with spotted hyena, but at the same time, steppe lions were dealing with spotted hyena, and they probably weren't social, which is why they got bullied to hell in Iowa.
Yeah.
Well, it's like, and then it's just weird because like with panther atrox, especially males, like everything else predator wise, like leagues smaller than it except for the short faced bear.
Yeah.
So it's like
Like that's the thing when people are like, oh, Smilodon versus Atrox, and people are like, oh, like Smilodon's way bulky. It's like a big male Atrox was ludicrously big. It's like if you got a big male Atrox, there's not a lot that can stand up.
well, it's like it's the my thought process and what happens when Smilodon fatalis comes across lions in that context is like it rues the fact that it had no longer has the ability to climb trees.
Yeah.
I mean, it'd be interesting to think if like what if like lions and Smilodon were responsible for black bear climbing behavior.
I would not be surprised. I mean, even Jaguars, because you had Augusta, and Augusta was probably a bit big. Like Augusta could probably still do it. It probably just wasn't great at it.
I mean, it was like, well, they were like what, like close to lion size, right, for the males.
Yeah.
So
They're
like modern
about
lion,
they're about double your average modern jag.
right? Yeah, so around 350 to 450 pounds.
So if we look at modern lions and tigers, it's like they can climb, they just can't climb well.
They're not very good at it.
No. But there's definitely situations where they're motivated to do so. And I would suspect that it would be on par with like a really big black bear. So on average, the black bear is going to be a better climber,
Right.
which I don't think would necessarily hold true now between black bears and modern jaguars, because modern jaguars aren't as big.
Right.
Because I did propose that. I was like, oh, if as we see jaguars expand, do we think that black bears are going to start developing a sloth bear behavior to deal with jaguars? Because climbing's not necessarily going to work.
Well, it's like it also depend too on how frequently Tom Jaguars are going to be going after bears too.
Well, and the other thing is, yeah, jaguars are better at climbing because they're smaller, but also they're smaller. So,
Yeah.
you know, it also presents less of a consistent threat. But it is kind of crazy to think about. And it's why I always like looking at, even with modern predators, like, what was the Pleistocene condition? Because that's going to tell you a lot more about how they were behaving and what they're designed for than looking at them now. So, with black bears, they were constantly hauling up trees because you had all these giant cats running around that would have ate them.
Oh, exactly. Well, it's like, God forbid, it's one thing if like a Smilodon caught out a black bear. It's another thing if a lion does.
Yeah. And even then, the jaguars were no slouches back then, too.
Exactly.
And then you also have Arctodus, which is even bigger than a grizzly, and we know what grizzlies will do.
Well, and it's like, and that begs the question too of what Tremarctos floridanus was doing in Florida, because they were living alongside black bears.
Yeah.
So based on isotopes, they were living a lot more like their modern relatives. So they're mostly just herbivorous. So.
Which, to be fair, I think brown bears are more herbivorous than a lot of people think. You know, they're still eating a lot of roots and white bark pine and huckleberries.
We know, at least in California, that Arctodus was feeding on a lot of fruit, because we have a lot of evidence of dental caries for them. So we know they were feeding on fruit at least. My guess with at least with the short-faced bears south of the ice sheets, is they were probably more herbivorous than people give them credit for.
Yeah. Well, I mean, people don't even think they had any herbivory because of prehistoric predators.
It's like, that's the thing too, is like people think like the short face, and it's like, the most powerful bear jaw pressure I think right now for its body is the giant panda.
Yep.
And it's mostly
Giant
eating
panda has
bamboo.
a huge sagittal crest too.
Yep.
And
Like
I think the long legs, like that was, isn't that just like an illusion? Like if you look at a polar bear skeleton, it looks like it has really long legs as well.
It's the lumbar section of its vertebrae in Arctodus is shortened pretty consistently, so that's why it's an illusion. Like, especially compared to other bears. So, yeah, it likely wasn't running faster. It likely wasn't going after prey that's agile, because God forbid it makes a wrong turn, it's gonna break a leg.
Okay, so that's still true.
Yeah.
It can
It's
only
like-
run in a straight line.
It's like, I don't entirely know how agile modern brown bears are, but it's like,
They're fairly agile. I mean, you'll see them kill bison. Like, not adult bison, but they'll still kill bison. And they're running around and dodging attacks.
well, it's like, and then again, I guess the bear, like for brown bears, for large prey like moose and bison, their thing is also hold on and do as much damage as possible.
It's really like about overpowering.
Yep.
And I feel like Are bears really fast? Like, are bears like fast like when they're dealing with us? Yes, but at the same time, it's like when you watch them going after ungulates, like they are moving a lot slower.
Interesting.
It's a bit more about an endurance catch up.
Oh, okay, okay.
Well, it's like you have to remember too. It's like you also have to like quantify it too. Of a big giant short faced bear boar is going to be nearly a ton, if not over. So that's a lot of weight to be trucking along. Which means that that means that it's like, were they hunting things? Yeah, most likely. We know they were feeding. Had a much more carnivorous diet in the Yukon, because there probably really wasn't much vegetation for them that they would find palatable.
Yep.
Because I know that we really don't find a lot of dental caries in Alaska. I still don't like that prehistoric predators didn't utilize just the specimens from the Yukon for that isotope study, because it's like that's a different population in a different environment.
Yeah.
It's like the differences between different populations of brown bears in North America. They're doing very different things depending on what what habitat they're in North America. So it's like,
Well, that was fairly easy to animate. Just a little
it's
hippo
just,
run.
yeah.
Actually, gonna add a little bit of head movement, but yeah. Still.
It's kind of funny too that that hippos can still gallop below a certain size too.
Oh yeah, yeah, they can. They can.
It's like above a certain size, they just really don't anymore.
I just
Yeah,
love watching people's brains stop functioning when they learn that hippos aren't good at swimming.
yeah.
No.
Oh, I think I heard one of the doggies.
Yeah, no, they're getting obnoxious, and it's like 7:30, guys. You guys want to go outside? That's one thing. They're I tuckered them out, and now they're just wanting to be obnoxious again. So it's like, yeah, people don't realize that hippos are very like negatively buoyant.
Yeah.
Yep,
I
they're
mean, they
like
can
very
float a
nice.
little. Like they'll bounce off the bottom, but otherwise, yeah.
I think a lot of people also don't realize that hippos aren't really fat.
No, they're not fat. Oh no. Oh no 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 no. They are not.
It's mostly just like hide and muscle.
Oh yeah. Very thick skin.
They definitely have more of like a rotund bulk than rhinos do.
They do.
Yeah. And I was actually doing like for a school project did some, I had to study elephant anatomy quite a bit because I did a project with, lots of elephants, and they're actually more muscular than I thought. I mean, I didn't think they were like fat or anything, but like, yeah, there's not much fat down there.
No, they've got really long legs too. I know
African
everybody thinks
ones
of
do, yeah.
giraffes having long legs, but elephants have pretty long
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
Well, I mean, have you guys seen the skeletons of Columbian mammoths?
Uh, yes, but I don't totally remember what it looks like.
They're pretty
Mm.
stilt leggy.
legs. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I've seen photos, but I've never actually like. I mean, I haven't been to a museum in ages, but like I don't think I've been to a museum with a Colombian mammoth.
The local Natural History Museum here has like in their front foyer like a bull like a bull skeleton.
Oh, cool.
So, like they have one, they have a complete skeleton of that American lion and American mastodon. As all three have been found here. Also, a pompathier and a and another like relative of armadillos as well, called Pachyarmatherium as well. I actually
Mm.
didn't realize how small those were. Like I thought they were like another like really big one, but nah, they're like the size of some of them. They're like the size of like a smaller giant armadillo, basically in terms of size. So they're not very big, but
Oh, okay.
at least in the context of other extinct, cingulates. But
Right.
and granted, where I'm from, where we live here, we do have glyptodons. So
Yeah. God,
not only
imagine
that,
those things
though,
walking around today. Like,
I mean, where you live, Doc, was one of the last places in the United States to have glyptodons. So
oh
they made it all the way
no.
up till the end of the Pleistocene in Florida. So, but, but it seems like like glyptodont diversity was a lot more in South America. It was like I think just one genus that made it north.
Mm.
Yeah, you guys had giant car-sized vegan armadillos.
Oh God.
Because see, the glyptodonts we had in Arizona died out by like the later part of the early Pleistocene. So it's like we had them here, but they were gone after a certain point when they're preferred. They seem to have preferred North America, at least. They seem to have preferred wetland habitat.
Oh, interesting. Oh yeah. Wait, were those the swimming ones?
I mean, they probably could because a lot of the remains we have of them here in Arizona, at least, were discovered upside down.
Oh.
So, meaning they were possibly knocked onto their backs somehow.
Hmm.
If you've ever seen Ice Age Giants, Doc, they did a hypothetical scenario where it was two males fighting, and basically the loser got knocked into a waterway, but didn't get knocked onto his back.
Oh, okay. I haven't seen that. That sounds really interesting though.
Yeah, you can just watch the VFX clips on YouTube. That's what I recommend.
Yep.
But they also the interesting thing with the Glyptodon model that they made for that was they gave it a small trunk.
They did, and I'm still not certain if that's even feasible at this point.
Yeah, it was very speculative.
Especially now that we know that they were actually nest within a modern armadillo family. So they nest within the same family as the giant armadillo and like the hairy armadillos and stuff like that, and the three-banded armadillo. So pompathiers are still their own thing, though. So
Yeah, so Scott's talk that I'm planning on going to is called "So You Found a Fossil, What Next?" And he's gonna kind of talk about what he does for like prepping fossils and stuff.
Oh, cool.
oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
Here, yeah, guys. This is what happens when you piss off a hippo. You're gonna end up in these jaws. Nom nom. Yeah, definitely.
Out of context, that doesn't look terrifying, but
Nom nom.
Yeah, it looks like what else? There's a talk, the digital world of paleobiology. which I guess is like about like computer modeling for stuff like that.
Oh, cool.
Um, then bringing fossils to life. So that's, I think, looking at studying anatomy. Just figuring out like how animals moved. And then there's one on trilobites. Four talks.
So Wildcat, you missed it. So Bone Crusher and I were talking about the potential for like feral tigers in Texas, and
There's
we were
probably
like,
a couple out there, honestly. I know there's been some reports of like feral leopards.
well, it's like with the tigers though. I feel like we probably would have seen them, like would have known by now. Like leopards, it would have been a lot harder, but with tigers, it probably we would have noticed by now. And then we were like, if they were present in Texas, they would probably be right at home. If we're being honest, most of their native prey is there. Still a little bugged by the fact that they basically just imported a bunch of stuff and released it.
It's yeah.
Tis a shame.
As I said, if I become chief of environment during a dictatorship, there's going to be unlimited. You can kill as many as you want whenever you want, and the importing is going to be restricted until they're all dead.
Good.
Either that or you round them up and ship them back to India. I'm fine with that too.
I mean, that's kind of like I wish we would be able to do with Burmese pythons in Florida because they're not doing well in their native range.
Most of these invasive problems, the species is not doing well in its native range.
Yep. It's just like, why? It's like here in Arizona, they're not invasive, but they've popped up in the wildest sometimes. But like, we've got African spurred tortoises coming out our ears, yet in the wild they're endangered.
Yeah. I don't know, and like people act like it's a good thing, and it's like it's only a good thing if we move them back to where they're supposed to be.
It's like, yeah, if we could reintroduce, like, the problem is that your person that has a breeding herd of tortoises in their backyard is not probably doing the proper disease check protocols in order to be able to have, babies that are head started moved back into the wild.
Well, looks like Park Service is asking for public comments on North Cascades grizzly reintroduction.
Okay. I hope
Why
this
they're
person.
doing North Cascades before I mean, I know why they're doing North Cascades before Bitterroot, but Bitterroot makes way more sense to me first.
I mean, I hope the native tribes can give the local government there the middle finger.
Bitterroot's a bit harder because I feel like it's a lot. It's not as much Nez Perce. Like Nez Perce is more in the middle, like central Idaho. Bitterroot's a lot of like private landowners, which I think is why they've been holding out. But we've had dispersing male grizzlies in the Bitterroot like fairly consistently every year. And every time they get killed or they get relocated. And it's like, this is a recovery zone, guys. Like, don't say it's a recovery zone if you're not going to let the bears stay there.
Yeah. Oh.
It's one of our 6 proposed populations for lower 48 grizzly bear, and it doesn't have any bears in it.
It's not for the bears' lack of trying.
No, I mean you don't have females in there, but it's also just
Yeah.
people don't want the grizzly bears in Bitterroot. So I think it'd be great if we got grizzly bear. I love the Bitterroots as a mountain range. I think it'd be great if there were grizzlies back here. It's definitely wild enough to support them.
Well, it's like we have the potential new male jaguar in southeastern Arizona.
Yeah. I think there's
So-
other stuff that has been released. There might be a second individual as well.
Oh, okay, that's nice. I mean, we'll see how that goes. My guess is the presence of both of them means that one of them's probably going to get pushed out, probably further north. We'll see how that goes.
Do you like making models for Into the Jungle or Eternal Enemies better? Into the Jungle because I can stylize more. It's more my thing. I mean, I do technically stylize a little bit for Eternal Enemies, but not nearly as much. And here I can kind of just run loose with it. So yeah, definitely. Like I love both, but yeah, definitely prefer Eternal Enemies. Or goddamn, Into the Jungle. I'm forgetting my own games. So yeah, this will probably pretty much be a one-shot death, to be honest. Like, I mean, you can't really, if you're like bitten by that, yeah, you're not gonna be having a good time. So there goes one of your 3 lives instantly, if you're not careful. What were you gonna say, Brendan? Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
I was like, it's like you're dealing with an animal with insanely powerful jaws
Yep.
and a really bad attitude and huge tusks.
Yeah. Wait, actually, let me get that one. Hang on. I think this is actually a female Nyala. Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, I've seen this video.
Yeah.
It's a
I don't know what you
Nyala
guys are
cow.
talking about. That's very clearly a deer.
Oh, yeah, that's right, man. It's a deer. Who needs antelope anyway? Obviously, deer are so much better.
Yeah. So
Clearly, somebody didn't know that buck means Afrikaans for antelope.
Right. God damn, and he called a sable antelope a goat. I can't. That's just too funny.
That's worse. Well, actually, no, that's not worse taxonomically, but it's an insult to sable, honestly.
Yeah.
it is.
Because it's like, first off, it's a hippotragon. Second off, it's like the most aggressive hippotragon.
Yeah.
It's like, if you know what sable are, you don't do that.
I'm surprised I'm really
Oh,
shocked
did
he
you
didn't know what
guys see the
sable
video
are.
that Xander posted about the black rhino that was smart enough to like spear the watermelon to break it open?
Yes, I did.
Yeah.
And I shared that with one of my friends, and yeah, he was like, "Wow, okay, that's really cool." But yeah, it definitely
Got
shows
it
they're
up
not
against the
dumb.
corner so it could get it on the horn and then broke it.
Yeah.
Good. Those that rhinos aren't stupid.
Yep.
Am I the only one that's still trying to figure out the whole Gen Z obsession with opossums?
I don't even know what you're talking about.
Yeah, wait.
There's like,
Gen Z? Like us?
yeah, they love people like just like have like this overwhelming love for opossums.
Good.
Is Izzy? Sorry, sorry.
No, it's
Older
fine, it's
dog
fine.
acting cranky. Yeah. There we go. Like watching, it's like watching toddlers. I swear. These toddlers have 4 legs and fur. Yeah, people like because like like their defense mechanism for opossums is literally just staring at you with their mouth open, basically. And people like for some reason like relate to that as internally screaming. I don't get it,
No,
but
okay, I
hey,
get it. That's kind of funny.
I I appreciate the people and like not wanting to harm them at least.
Yeah.
They're really not doing it. Like they're like of all of the small to medium sized mammals we have in North America, they're the ones that are doing the least. Like they'll cause the least damage. None of them technically would, but
Yeah,
possums are like the.
we never get possum calls. I'd be shocked.
I think they're
dude.
just. I think it's mostly because they're just active when no one else is.
Like we actually get more bobcat calls than opossum calls. They're like probably the only things we get literally zero calls for in terms of fur bearers is like opossums and weasels, like both of them. We get calls about at least some. Well, we don't really get calls about nuisance marten, but we get a lot of calls about trapping marten.
Yeah.
Or nuisance muskrats for that matter.
I mean, I know Bone Crushers told me that they're invasive in the Netherlands and actually causing issues like the dams and the levees.
Yep. And they eat them and call them water rabbits.
I mean, I guess if it helps consolation prize for Bone Crusher, they're technically a type of vole, but taxonomically speaking.
They're a giant vole.
Yep. Yeah. It's just weird, so, like, because like people, I don't know if like in the South people eat nutrias.
Yeah, but you can eat muskrat. I've heard it's not bad.
I know that it's offered for raw food seasonally for dogs, but again, it's seasonal.
Yeah. Like
It's
Joseph
still.
Carter eats a lot of the muskrats that he kills.
Okay. That
The
kind of
brown rats he mostly like the brown rats he feeds only to the mink, but
right.
muskrats he'll eat himself.
Still very impressive that the mink can take down muskrats, but
Oh yeah. Mink are a lot smaller than muskrat, even though muskrats are smaller than you think.
yeah.
Wait, what size are muskrats? Like,
I mean,
It's been a very long
like
time
I
since
feel like people think they're closer to beaver size than they actually are.
yeah,
They're
because
They're
not.
they always make it look like it, like in
they're
pictures.
probably I would say like a third of the size of a beaver, maybe even less than that.
Okay.
Like they're still a decent sized rodent, but
Yeah,
they're
like
not.
it's still a big rodent, but like compared to beaver and porcupine and like honestly, I feel like they're smaller than even some of like the bigger marmots. Like,
Yeah.
would you say they're like groundhog size? Like that's probably a good comparison.
A great groundhog might be neat, but just a little bit larger. Honestly,
Yeah,
I've seen.
even then, yeah, I can see Chuck being a bit bigger.
Yeah. Um. Because like yeah, nutria for example get pretty large. Like they're damn near like probably about half to three quarters the size of a beaver.
Yeah,
Like they're big.
yeah,
I
beavers are
think.
bigger than people think.
Oh yeah. No.
If you get like a nice big mature like 4-year-old beaver, big.
Yeah. I've seen. It's like yeah, I've seen both muskrats and beavers in the wild, and it's like yeah, they're beavers are bigger than people realize. Granted, I think so are porcupines, but I think people probably run into porcupines a little more frequently.
Well, and when you do run into a porcupine, you can get a better assessment of its size because it's not
Right.
obscured as much.
Yeah, I've. It's like because like even like the river system, the south of me, we do have beavers. Like I've seen beaver sign. They just don't build dams there because the river doesn't flow fast enough for them to even bother.
Yeah.
So, um, still weird that they didn't decide to dam up the one part of the river that does flow fast enough to trigger their dam building instincts. I don't think they go to that part of the river. I think they stay in the deeper areas. Because we do have coyotes, even if they don't tackle beavers, they're enough of a. And there's people too.
Yeah. There was a
So
recent um, paper I think that came out that showed that wolf presence, like in Isle Royale area, it does affect where beavers will cut and where beavers will build stuff. So even though they're not able to kill beavers that often, you can still have ecology of fear effects on where beavers will build, which is huge because beavers are such a major ecosystem engineer.
right. Well, it's like because like with like beavers and like the desert coyotes we have here though, like there's a very big size overlap between the two in terms of mass.
Yeah,
So
yeah, your coyotes are tiny,
yeah, yeah.
and
Again, I think people
all
are
it
more of a
takes is
detector
one good hit from that tail.
or just getting bitten in the right place.
Yeah, I mean, but a good smack from that tail, it's on something
Yeah.
that small, it could break bones.
Yeah, I think that if there's a lodge in that area where I know they're at, it's probably further upstream from where I've been and probably much less accessible by foot. So unless I use a canoe or a kayak, I'm probably not going to see it.
I haven't seen a terribly large number of beavers, but still like a good amount. Most of the beavers I feel like I've seen are like 2-year-olds that are dispersing.
Mm-hmm.
But I did get another longtail this week. I know you're
Yeah, I
jealous.
saw that.
Yeah, we were just finished like packing up the camera and we just like heard something move. We're like, what is that? And it's just this longtail just like sticking out of his old rusty car. And he's just chilling there for like a good while too.
Yeah, I've still yet to. I've been in their habitat here in Arizona, and I've never seen one. So
I don't see them that often. I see short tails a lot more than long tails.
Long-tailed what?
Weasels.
weasel.
Oh.
Yeah, you have them in Florida. You have long-tailed weasels in Florida too, Doc.
Really?
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, okay. That's interesting.
It's just unlike the ones that we have in the areas of Arizona where they live, and the ones where wildcat is at. Yours don't turn white in winter
Mmm.
because they don't need to.
Yeah.
The other tech that I work with, she didn't know that weasels changed color in the winter. And
I
she's
actually
like,
didn't know that up
I
until
saw
this
one
second.
weasel before and it was white, and I was like, oh, so the winter morph? She's like, what do you mean? I'm like, they change color just like hares do. She's like, what?
Yeah, I didn't know. That's really cool.
Yeah,
Yeah.
one of the early projects I assisted with on my undergrad was looking at coat color change in weasels for climate change.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
both long-tail weasel and short-tail weasel / stoat all both change to white with a black tail tip in the winter.
Yeah, least doesn't change color at all though.
Nope, no, they don't. But yeah, with the
And then
long
for
tail,
lagomorphs, like at least in the lower 48, you have snowshoe hare, which is the most widespread. But then out west, you also have white-tailed jackrabbit.
right?
It's actually thought that hybridization with white-tailed jackrabbit is how snowshoe hare got it.
Huh?
Because it seems to be a connected gene.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
Are snowshoe hares similar in size to the two species of jackrabbits that we have common out here in the West?
I'm pretty sure. Like, it's
Okay.
hard to tell. I don't remember. I mean, you can tell Lepus skulls apart two species. And we did, like, it was easy enough that we had to know how to do it for my mammalogy class. I just don't remember. It wasn't like Silvalagus, where they were just like, it's a Silvalagus, you don't need to tell its species.
Yep. Well, it's like, and especially, it doesn't help in like areas with like species overlap too.
Well, the thing with Silvalagus out west is it's like if it's in this part of the state, it's an eastern cottontail. If it's in this part of the state, it's a mountain cottontail, and if it's in this part of the state, it's a desert cottontail. Just because of habitat.
Yeah, we don't. Yeah, we just have desert cottontail here in Arizona. We don't have mountain cottontail or brush rabbit. So,
But then like eastern cottontail to New England cottontail, you have to get a genetic sample, otherwise you're not going to do it.
and then you got whatever the hell the Appalachian cottontails are.
I didn't know about those ones.
They used to be considered conspecific with the New England ones, but now they're considered something separate. So, and then in Florida, Doc, you have eastern cottontail, marsh rabbit, and I believe swamp rabbit too.
You
They're
definitely
also
have swamp rabbit.
Well,
I think
I'm
marsh
I'm
rabbit.
sure.
Well, because swamp rabbits have gotten affected by the python, so that's why I know they're there.
Oh.
Yeah.
And I think, what is it? I've heard something like, my boss was telling me this. I forget. I think it's I want to say it's safeties in football. Um, a lot of like the best safeties come from a particular part in Florida that like in farming country where they're used to like chasing swamp rabbits out of the field, and there's just like something about being good at doing that that makes you a good safety.
Oh.
I want to say safety was the position, but I could be wrong. But it's some like being able to like move quickly and like intercept stuff.
That's cool.
Yeah, so yep, so you have the Appalachian cottontail, or the Allegheny cottontail, which is basically used to be considered the same species as the New England until like 1992. So
And New England's already like endangered, and Easterns have taken over a lot of spots that used to have New England. So
and then we and then like we the most and then like the only major hare we have here in Arizona is the black-tailed jackrabbit. So I don't know if we have white-tailed in the northern
Montana
portion.
has blacktail and whitetail jackrabbit, and then snowshoe hare.
Huh. Yeah, I'm wondering if the northern part of the state here has white-tailed jackrabbit. They probably do. I just don't know it. And then you got pikas, and pikas most people don't even know exist.
Well, it's just the American pika.
Right.
Silly Americans.
And they're cute little buggers. They're also affected by climate change, so that's not great.
They're super affected by it.
I mean, at least in Alaska, you also have collared pika too, but
Yeah. And then there's a bunch of Eurasian species as well.
yep. Let's see.
All right. So
Actually, I think in
oh, go ahead.
oh, sorry.
No. You first. You
I
first.
think I meant, speaking of I think I did one on caviamorph rodents on here, and I shared a a reel of a somebody that in like Europe that has a pet as a pet like nutria, and that's how I found out how big they were.
Oh, okay.
See if I can find it. Yeah, there it is.
Yeah. All I was gonna say is, yeah, I have pretty much all the animations that need to be done for the hippo are done now. Like I, that was real quick, but like, for this game, pretty much just need the idle animation, the running at you animation, um, regular running, and then attacking. Like that's pretty much all it's gonna be needed for in game. I mean, yeah, yeah. All right, very good. Feels good to have stuff done.
Right, well, I just found that I just found the reel of the nutria. I just posted it in the general.
Yeah. I honestly, I feel like that's almost muskrat sized. Maybe a little bit bigger.
I think it's a little bit bigger than a muskrat, if I'm being honest.
Yeah.
Wait, which server was that in?
I've had some big muskrats.
It's in this one. I have to see how big nutria are compared to beavers.
Beaver's a lot bigger than that.
Yeah, that is true. It's like beaver can be up to like 40 pounds. So
Beaver are like, I don't know, 3+ feet long, including the tail.
Oh, in here.
yeah, okay, yeah, they're like between a muskrat and a beaver in size, but they're probably closer. I think they're like. It seems like they're about like maybe a third the size of a beaver. And then muskrat's a little bit smaller.
Okay.
Yeah, that's not much bigger than muskrats that I've seen.
Still bigger than I anticipated. Speaking of which, they're invasive in California too, so that's nice.
Oof.
Beavers are invasive in Argentina.
What?
Oh yeah, that's right.
Yep.
Really?
Yeah, that's right.
They
Yeah, they are.
release beavers there to like start a fur trade.
That didn't go well.
No.
They are now threatening native species because they're cutting down so many southern beech trees.
And beech is super important forage. Because beech nuts are really, really good nutrition for a lot of animals.
Well, southern beech are a little weird because they're not like. I think they're just in name beech in name only.
Okay. It's not
Because
like,
they're
like there's so many small animals here that are dependent on American beech.
like austral conures in southern South America, for example, depend on southern beaches for nesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, I need to make more ambient birds, like AI birds, and I mean more AI stuff in general. That's like small, but yeah. Let's see. But yeah, we do have quite a few animals done so far, so that's good.
Yeah, so I double checked. The out nutria weight is 15 to 20 pounds, so they're about half the weight of a beaver.
Yeah.
Because yeah, if a beaver is going to get about 35 to 40 on average.
Hmm.
Yeah, they're really long for that weight though, because like the
This is
tail
true.
doesn't weigh that much.
I mean, they're still our largest native rodent remaining,
Yeah.
given the fact that we had at minimum one or two species of capybaras.
Well, people, there's a lot of capybaras that escape. I know from personal experience.
Hey, accidental rewilding in Florida and Texas.
This was New York.
Yeah, they didn't go that far north in the Pleistocene, so
We did have a case. I think I told you guys we had the case
yeah,
of the escaped
yeah.
capybara in Region 9.
Did they ever find him?
Oh yeah, they caught it. They caught it that week, but they had to give
Okay.
it back to the owner.
Oh, yeah. Either that owner needs. I'm really hoping that that owner wasn't keeping that capybara alone. They're social.
No, he had a bunch of them.
Okay.
It's just it got out.
And this is why you invest in either better fencing or just not having them. I think capybaras are cool, but I'm personally like I could feasibly keep them as pets here, but it's like I don't know if I'd want to because it's like I've been bitten by rodents a fraction of their size and it was not pleasant.
Hmm.
Yeah, imagine one like nearly the size of
Hello.
the size of a small person.
What game am I working on? I'm working on Into the Jungle right now. Oh wow, it turned like black for some reason. What the heck?
It's a pygmy hippo.
Yeah, it's a pygmy hippo now. I don't know why Roblox does that. Like for some reason, sometimes it'll just like take something that's, a certain color and just darken the hell out of it. It's really strange. Sometimes it doesn't, sometimes it does, but thankfully I know how to fix it. Server's appearance. Okay, so that's a little better. That's not what I'm looking for.
They just basically turned it into a gigantic pygmy hippo.
Yeah.
Oh god, I remember when you did that one cat, and like the time when you tried importing like the animations and it just made it into like some
Oh, the
eldritch
Sun
horror.
Panther.
Yeah, it just turned it into some like eldritch horror.
Yeah.
God, if that happens this time, it's probably gonna be worse.
Right, yeah. Oh. Nothing happened. Don't worry. Don't worry.
I mean, you say that, and then we're probably gonna be seeing something that's going to give everyone nightmares.
Perhaps. This is possible. Okay, cycles. No, 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 this should be easy. I just forgot about something, I think. What do you mean no valid selected objects? I have one right here. Yes, normal.
It's a selected object, but it's not a valid one apparently.
Okay, no, 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 I got it, I got it. Okay, hurry up! Okay. Save, yes, that's what I forgot to do last time. Save it. Hippo normals. Okay, please work with me this time. Don't look cursed. Don't look cursed. What? Oh no. What?
I mean, it's not as cursed as the. It's now darker.
It's a lot darker. That is not supposed to happen. There's gotta be
I
something
mean-
I can adjust. Maybe I have to make it negative. That's worse. Okay. Or slightly better, actually. Maybe these ones are negative, these ones are positive. Almost, almost. Okay, maybe they all have to be negative. Maybe. Okay, yeah, never mind. That is not gonna work. Here, I'll just re-download this one app that does it a little better. I don't think I'm satisfied with that.
Alright, I'm gonna call it.
All
for
right.
Tonight, I'm getting
Yeah,
really tired.
I should probably do so too. Probably need to get as much sleep as I can get here.
All right.
Yeah, I'm just absurdly tired, I guess, because I've been out in the field this week.
Fair enough.
Yeah. Well,
Bye-bye.
well, have a good night.
All right, you too. Alright, so everyone who is still here on the stream, let's see, we can height map to normal map. Wait, diffuse map to height map, yes. Okay, so it's more or less fixed now, kinda. So yeah, so it's got the nice skin texture, but what about the musculature, like I had for the eland? See, that's not there yet, but I can probably do that. Yeah, that's a lot of yellow, for sure. God, I've got so many notifications. It's fine though. Okay, so that's almost what we need. Almost, not quite though. Let's make this positive Z. Maybe, just maybe that'll work. Nope, that did the opposite. Okay. Why don't I set all of them except for the Y to negative? Oh, that is a purple hippo now. Okay. Oh wait, I meant to set this to negative X, so that's different. Oh no. Oh wait, no, that's the... Okay, so that's almost there. Maybe I have to make all of them negative like that. Oh no, wait, I already tried that, didn't I? Yeah, okay, I tried that for sure.
what we shouldn't, the color doesn't change. If you're just uh, by inverting it, changing ones to zero and zero to ones, and that's why uh, the parts that are going to be extruded are changing to be the ones that are not going to be extruded, as you can see right here. Okay, that means that we are not able to change anything in the blue, I mean in the green and red channels, because if we change it, the color will not change. It will change the. We should invert it from, I don't know what is black, maybe it's zero, maybe it's one, but we need to invert.
So yeah, right now, guys, we're just doing some good old trial and error, frankly. Gotta see what's wrong. Or, yeah, no, I could invert the colors in Photoshop, maybe. Maybe that'd help. But it wouldn't fix everything. Okay, I'm gonna just try that. So I know the green has to be negative. Yeah, no, okay, that can't be negative. Yeah, I don't know too much about baking normals, to be honest. Like, I only know how to bake from multi-res. I don't know, like, how to do this stuff. What if we set them all to the same one? Or would they just make a blank image? Oh, okay, so it's black and white. So I'm not sure if that'll still work. Because I know you can do that with bump. That definitely doesn't work. God damn it. But I think that's a height map, so now I can use end jobs, just turn it into a normal, like a proper, you know. Oh, let's go. Yeah. Okay, I was right. Okay. Okay, cool, cool. So then from there I can go into GIMP or Photoshop or whatever. Okay, so let's set this to overlay. Alright. That didn't work. Oh, it sort of works, just not as much as I would have liked. Okay, that's good to know though. I think what I have to do then is I have to buff the contrast on this one. Yeah, yeah, okay. So that'll make it stronger. Oh, hey, Mr. Bones. We're just trying to figure out some hippo stuff. I hate how Roblox does the root part thing, so like, you have to actually physically sink your model down in Blender, which is annoying. Makes no sense, frankly, but whatever. So it's about that much. And this time we don't need the animations because they're already in my inventory. Oh, it's a pygmy hippo. No, but it looks like the issue's fixed, which is great. Teeth can stay as is, I don't care about them. The eyes, I'm gonna change. Alright, that is our hippo, so why don't we just make sure the animations work before we do anything else. I forgot to anchor the model. Always do this. But yeah, looks like it worked. So it's just the running, there's the angry running. Alright, cool. Let's just optimize those keyframes a little. Yeah, that'll that'll really mess you up in game. Oh wow. Dinner bone hippo. Oh yeah, the upside down thing. Yeah, yeah, totally. I only made like 5 keyframes for this. Or maybe it was 6. Just very slowly. The breathing. It's not like, you know, when you're from a distance, it's not like you're gonna see it. But you won't want to see it. Alright, but yeah, I think that's it for the hippo. It's all done now. Now let's see what it looks like in the actual game. Oh, actually, guys, so for those who are still on the stream, oh yeah, for sure. So I have a little bit of a dilemma right now, okay? And I'll tell you why. Um, So I actually did find that I do have access to the old Into the Jungle map, so the very first one I made. And personally, I do like it, but at the same time, I do realize it is missing. The Twin Peaks aren't as defined, though I can easily add that. So I'm not totally sure what to do. Should I go with like the new map, and like I have to like I either have to model all the trees myself or find someone else to do it, or like I'm not sure what to do. Or alternatively, I could just go with the older map, which I'm gonna open up and see how much it lags. I don't think it'll be that much though. Yeah, I mean, yeah, this was a really nice map. It was seems like it was a lot smaller than the. Oh wait, no, no, not really. But like, I mean, this is real nice. Like this was gonna be the spawn area, and then you'd make your way over there and all that. Let's actually fly through the whole thing though. And there's some water here. The mountains are the barrier. They'll probably change that. Yeah, there's a bamboo forest. The old village. The new one is better though. I'll use the new village for sure. Except for maybe the campfire. This can stay. This swampland, I mean, it's not as good as the one that I made, but I had to delete the one that I made because what you call, because of lag and stuff. And these trees, and this is where like the lions would be. And there's that elephant, a bunch of lions. And is that it for this map? I think so. But the new one, okay, yeah, sure. I'll show the new one too. It pretty much has nothing right now other than the Twin Peaks because again I had to like restart it. Or not restart, but I had to delete all the plants because it would lag. For some reason, this one doesn't though. I don't know if it's just because it's a little smaller, but I don't know. But that's kind of a problem though. If it's too small, the story is gonna feel too short, obviously, and unless I just have a bunch of invisible barriers everywhere, which I want to avoid. Have killer panda bears? No, no, definitely not. Oh man. Okay. Oh yeah, we got these giraffes here. But yeah, it's pretty much a whole bunch of nothing right now, other than Twin Peaks and the village. Although this one already has the script, so I might just have to go with this one regardless of what happens, but yeah. And there's a few trees around here. But yeah, you can see it's a lot bigger. Which I do like. I do like that. And then the Twin Peaks looks, I mean, I don't mean to toot my own horn, but it is quite nice, I must say. Like you guys probably watched me working on this. I think I spent like a solid 2.5 hours just making this, but it definitely paid off. And then I think Sokolov before he quit Roblox helped with that, or he made that. So another little rock formation, or not little, huge, real huge. Like first scale, right? Let's get like an R6 dummy. All right, yeah, you you can barely even see it. But yeah, these rock formations and mountains and such are huge. But yeah. So I guess I will have to go with this map and just re-add all the trees and stuff. Probably make my own tree models, to be honest. I'll try that on tomorrow. Or maybe not tomorrow, but whenever our next stream is, I'll try that. And then, here you've got so if yeah, so there will be tents that you can put up and you can take with you. These are I didn't make any of these, by the way. I just found them. But there's apple you can eat. There's something else you can eat that does something that's not so good for you. But yeah. There's apple, avocado, mushroom, brown mushroom. That'll be important. There's a brown mushroom and there's another color mushroom that you don't want to eat. And there's some raw steak that you can cook into that. So yeah, if you try to just eat the raw meat, it doesn't give you much hunger. But if you eat this, it gives you plenty of hunger. And yeah. Wait a minute. No, don't tell me I. Oh, you know what? This is why we have this one as a backup, right? Here. Yeah, I might have done something not very smart with the toe copies. Shoot, this map is huge. Where the heck did I put them? No. Yeah, you know what? Both of the maps are huge, actually, now that I think about it. But they both have to be for the story to work. What? Wait. Where'd they go? Huh? That's not good. Wait, let me just go into my inventory. I probably have them. Okay, yeah. And then what I do, just scale them up. Okay then. Okay, yeah. Alright. Good, good. I've got them all. Okay, yeah, cool. So Tokapi is back and it's safe, which is great. So I'll just have to dig up the animations again, but no problem there. Alright, cool. So, yeah. Nothing happened, guys. Nothing. Surely I didn't previously lose them or anything. No, that's impossible. Totally didn't happen. Nah. Old map seems to run well and it's very dense, which I think is good. The AI. Yeah, that's true. Um, but yeah, I'll try and make like the new map just as like forested and decorated and stuff as, this one. Um, like, see, this one only took me like 3 days to do all this. Like, I know that sounds crazy, but yeah, it was only like 3 or 4 days to make most of this. So yeah, so I can probably do that pretty easily here. Um, but yeah, for now, we'll pretty much just have the food items, animal characters, human characters, and your writables. Or not animal characters, but like, NPCs, the pets. Player will probably die fairly often. Yeah, here's the thing though. You only get 3 lives. um, so yeah, you do have to be very careful in game. But yeah, I mean, having a writable helps. Having a yin helps. So yeah, there's things you can do to, increase your chances of survival very significantly. But yeah, so tomorrow I guess, if there is another stream, I'll be working on the map primarily. Um, if there isn't one tomorrow, there will probably be one on Sunday. But yeah. Alright, I guess I'll see you guys later. We went on for 4 hours, 25 minutes, which is about average for my streams. Sometimes it's a bit longer, sometimes it's a bit shorter, but yeah. Alright, so thank you all so much for joining. We got a lot done tonight, and I will see you probably very soon. Alright, goodbye everybody.